Good evening and welcome. I'd like to call to order the February 10th, 2020 council meeting. Please rise for a pledge of allegiance. Please remain standing for a moment of silence and for our prayer. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As customary in this chamber, we stand for a moment of silence to remember those who are protecting our freedoms, both here and abroad, for our first responders, and for those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. A moment of silence, please. Our prayer, Mr. Pasquini.
Dear Lord, bless thy servants in the ministry of public affairs, who serve thee in this chamber. Give us quiet minds and hearts, that we may hear thy voice. Help us to know when to speak, when to be silent. Give us strength to oppose the wrong and uphold the right, and grant that we have a good conscience and soul at peace with thee and with one another. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated.
This meeting is being held in conformance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Notice has been given to the newspaper, and notice of the meeting has been posted in public places. Next open public meeting of the council will be held on Monday, March 2nd, 2010, 7:30 p.m. Mrs. Brown.
Here.
Mr. De Palma.
Here.
Dr. Greenberg.
Here.
Mr. Merwin.
Present.
Mr. Murphy. Here. Mr. Pasquini.
Here.
Mr. Rizzoli.
Here.
Mrs. Walker.
Here.
President Sohar.
Here.
9 present.
Good evening. We'll start first with presentations, council appointments, Recreation Committee reappointment, Brian Burns, term expires 12/31/2021.
I nominate Brian Burns.
Second.
Nominated by Mr. Rizzoli, second by Dr. Greenberg Belli. Council appointments, John, for Recreation.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Pasquini?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohar?
Yes.
9 yes.
Recreation Committee reappointment of Nanette Gallagher, 2-year term. Term expires 12/31/2021. I'll move it.
Second.
Nominated by,
Mrs. Walker? Mr. Second.
yes, second by Dr. Greenberg Belli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Pasquini?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohar?
Yes.
9 yes.
Rent stabilization, landlord position, reappointment, Diana Penn, 3-year term. Term expires 12/31/2022. Do I have a nomination?
Move it.
Second. Moved by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Mrs. Walker.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
And Dr. Greenberg? Yes. Mr. Merwin? Yes. Mr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Pasquini?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Sohar?
Yes.
9 yes.
Recreation Committee reappointment of Thomas Galante, 2-year term. Term expires 12/31/2021.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rizzoli, second by Dr. Greenberg Belli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin? Yes. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pasquini?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker? Yes. President Sohar?
Yes.
9 yes.
Next will be mayor appointments with council concurrence. Appointment to redevelopment agency, Class B member, 5-year term. Term expires 12/31/2024. Umag Sheth. Do I have a?
Move it.
Moved by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Mr. Rizzoli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
I know. Dr. Greenberg? Yes. Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Walker? Yes. President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes.
Appointment to Redevelopment Agency, Class B member, 5-year term, expires 12/31/2024. Anthony Cosentino.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rizzoli, second by Dr. Greenberg Belli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
And Dr. Greenberg? Yes. Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Excuse me, what was that appointment for?
Anthony Cosentino.
No, what was it for?
It's the Redevelopment Agency, Class B member, 5-year term. Term expires 12/31/2024.
Yes.
Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
And President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes. Madam President, there's one more that I inadvertently left off. Thought
Okay.
it was on, it didn't.
No worries.
Click in. Glenn D'Antono,
Okay.
appointment to the Redevelopment Agency, Class B member, 5-year term. Term expires 12/31/2024.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Mr. Rizzoli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
And Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes, thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council. And just for the record, Mr. Gentino is a reappointment.
Yes. Reappointment.
Thank you
Yes.
so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next, we do not have approval of minutes tonight, correct?
Oh, 1 minute. No, no.
Okay.
Can't talk both ways.
Yeah, I'm waiting for John. Okay, you all right, Stella? with
Yeah, I'm
that?
fine.
Okay, next will be the bill listing. Mrs. Walker?
Accounts payable, February 10th, 2020, $13,809,798.41.
Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Mr. Rizzoli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
And Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes.
Payroll, January 17, 2020, $957,782.13.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rizzoli, second by Mrs. Walker.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
And Dr., Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Piscitty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes.
Payroll overtime, January 17, 2020, $39,425.71.
Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Walker, second by Mr. Rizzoli, and may we have a breakout, Mr. Shaw, please?
Yes, thank you, Council President. As Councilwoman Walker indicated, total overtime for this pay period was $39,425.71. There was really no uptick in any other department. For the sworn police overtime, it was $31,585.98. When you deduct for grant, $5,652.55, and deduct for ETO, $5,089.10. The net overtime was $20,844.33, representing 446.25 man and women hours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Piscatty?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes.
Payroll, January 31st, 2020, $1,109,000, $425.04.
Do I have a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Mr. Rizzoli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Fischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes.
Payroll overtime, January 31st, 2020, $25,622.24.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rizzoli, second by Dr. Greenberg Belli. Mr. Shaw, may we have a breakout, please?
Thank you, Council President. As Councilwoman Walker indicated, for January 31st, 2020, the total overtime was $25,622.24. There was an uptick in the Public Works and Parks related to the January 18-19 weekend storm, and there was a holiday coverage in Arena. The Police Department for Swan Police overtime was, total overtime was $7,613.36. There was no deduction for grant. ETO deduction was $1,260.01. The net overtime was $6,353.35, representing 114.5 man and women hours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. No, that's okay.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Fischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes.
That concludes the bill list.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker. Okay, next will be public hearing and ordinances for second reading. H1, Release Reduction Performance Guarantee, NJR, Clean Energy Ventures, the Old Bridge Solar Farm, Lot 1051, Lot 2.12, application number 50-16Z. Good evening, Mrs. Shapiro.
Good evening. Council, this is the request for a release of a performance guarantee that was posted for a project called CE.
Gentleman next to you is
Sir, if
for
you
the...
could just introduce
Right,
yourself,
for
what's
the
your name
record,
and
please. Thank you.
who
Steve
you
Goen.
represent?
Steve Goen, Gouin, for the record, from the law firm Giordano, Halloran, and Cecil, on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This application was for a project that was in front of our zoning board. The council may be familiar, it's for our solar farm that's in town. It's at the end of Industrial Drive, and it's also bordered by New Jersey Transit line. The performance guarantee that was submitted on the project was for $1,827,768. Our inspectors that were out there were from Environmental Resolution, Inc. I asked that they not come to save the applicant some billable hours, in that there was no objections from any of the residents. You may recall that this application was on our December 16th council meeting. It was tabled because the applicant was not here or present at the time. But during that time, an adjacent property owner had submitted some concerns about some trees that were removed on their property. That has since been rectified. Actually, the reverend of that church had sent a subsequent letter saying that her complaint has been resolved based on an email that was submitted. Based on the bonded improvements, our consultant has issued that everything has been taken care of and has no objections to the release of the performance guarantee, subject to a 15% maintenance bond in the amount of $52,509.15, and any outstanding escrow fees be paid to the applicant, from the applicant to our consultant.
Thank you very much. Anyone in the public wish to be heard on this bond release? Seeing no hands, I will close the public portion. I will now go to council. Anyone on my left have a question or comment
About anything?
about this bond release?
Oh, okay.
Okay, no one? Okay, anyone on my right have a comment? I'll ask for a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rizzoli, second by Dr. Greenberg Belli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Fisketti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soho?
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Next will be H2, Release Reduction Performance Guarantee, 10 Industrial Drive, Block 1051, Lot 30.11, application number 40-17PW. Good evening.
Your name for the record, sir?
Set your name,
My
please.
name is Farid Farku.
Okay.
You are the applicant? The owner of 10 Industrial Drive.
I didn't hear what he said, the owner of what?
He's the owner for H2, Joan, the second one. Okay? All right.
Council President, this was an application in front of our planning board for an auto repair station that's located at 10 Industrial Avenue. The bonded site improvements on this application was for concrete curb construction, pavement repair, parking stall striping within the parking lot. The performance guarantee for this project totals $10,742.40, of which all of it was posted in cash. This project was actually inspected by my department. Everything has been, all the bonded improvements have been satisfactorily addressed. There is actually no maintenance bond on this project because everything is private. So based on new municipal land use laws for bonding, no maintenance guarantee is required. We just request that if there is any outstanding escrow fees, that they be resolved with our department. But we have no objections to the release.
Okay, thank you. Anyone in the public wish to be heard on this item? Seeing no hands, I will close public portion and go to council. Anyone on my left for a comment or a question? Anyone on my right? Seeing no hands, I will ask for a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Dr.
Before you count. In your letter, you're still requiring submission of that letter of compliance with a freehold?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yep,
As part of
absolutely.
it, you understand that, sir? A letter of compliance from the Freehold Soil Conservation Service before any release could occur, okay? That's part of the motion.
And certainly, we could help the applicant with
Right.
obtaining.
I just wanted him to be aware of it. All right?
Yep. Thank you very much, Ken.
Okay, Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
And Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Fisketti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soho?
Yes.
9 yes.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. Have a good evening. I think so. Can't find my phone. That's not good. Don't worry, second. All right, yeah, let's move on. I got it. Okay. Okay. Next will be H3, Release Reduction Performance Guarantee, Wawa Incorporated, store number 940, Diesel Project, application number 12-12PA, location Route 18 and Maple Street, Block 19012, Lot 149.11. Good evening.
Good evening, Nancy Lottonville, Lottinv as in Victor, ILLE, attorney for the applicant, Prime and Tuval.
Yeah. I'm sorry. They're having a little computer issue, so
I
I
understand.
apologize.
No problem.
Okay. All right.
Representing the applicant, Wawa.
Yeah. Thank you.
Council, this was an application that was before our planning board. It's for the Wawa located on Route 18 at the intersection of Maple Street. It was for actually two existing gasoline fuel pump. They were converting it to diesel, and then they were installing two underground tanks associated with it. They also modified their freestanding sign so that they could alert passerbys that there is diesel at the site. And there was very minor site improvements. The total performance guarantee on the project was $17,394, of which in the form of bonds was $15,654.60, and the cash portion was $1,739.40. There were no previous reductions on the performance guarantee. My office actually did the inspection on this. We found everything that was bonded to be satisfactorily addressed, and we have no issues with the release of the performance guarantee, subject to payment of any outstanding escrow fees. Also note that this is all private work, and based on the municipal land use laws now, they don't have to post a maintenance guarantee.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone in the public here wish to be heard on this item? Seeing no hands, I will close the public portion, go to council on my left. Any question, comments? Anyone on my right? I'd ask for a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rizzoli, second by Dr. Greenberg Belli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Biscotti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Thank you, Mrs. Shapiro. Next will be preliminary public comments to council, subject to the following conditions and restrictions. During the preliminary public portion of the meeting, any person may address the Township Council on any subject matters for a period of 5 minutes. Any such person desiring to speak during the preliminary public portion shall first sign a list maintained by the Township Clerk for such purpose. Comments during the preliminary public comment portion of the meeting shall not encompass second reading ordinances or any other matter for which comment or a public hearing is to occur at the meeting.
Okay. I have 5 people signed up, and as I explained in the beginning, if it's on the puppy and the kittens, that will be spoken about during consent agenda. The council will open it up to you. So I'm going to read off the names, and if it is on that, would you just please hold your comments? All right. Joe Gallo. Okay. Tom Gallo. Chris Fleming. Okay. And Colleen Ronco. Yeah, it's a resolution, it's not an ordinance that's on for this evening.
Okay, but that's for the puppy mill, correct?
Right, it's C-17 on your consent agenda.
Okay, we want to speak about pet store that's coming in town, when do we do that?
Ben.
Is there a separate list for the consent agenda that you would like for us
No.
to sign?
No, because it's open to the public, so they ask you to come up at that time.
So if you want to speak about the pet shop, is that now it's time to do that? It's
It
on the
would be-
consent agenda.
There's,
Let Kenny.
The council is going to allow 3 minutes per person in light of the number of people that are here tonight that would like to speak. That will come at the time the consent agenda. That will probably be removed from the consent agenda and then open to the public. So if you're here to speak on that, that will be the time that you will get to do that, and council's going to allot 3 minutes per person in light of the number of folks that are here that would like to be heard, so that we can accommodate everybody having an opportunity to speak. You should also be aware that per the ordinance, Township 10:30 is no new business after 10:30, so we're trying to expedite things to get us to that point so that you get the opportunity to speak. 11 o'clock by ordinance, the meeting ends. So I just want to, in advance, let you know that, folks. Thank you.
Yes.
Chairperson. Question for the attorney.
Wait, once,
These folks are here in reference to an ordinance that they want.
second, she was talking to the
sorry.
clerk was talking to the attorney, so he couldn't hear you. Okay, go ahead,
All
Dave.
right, for the attorney.
Yep.
These people want to expound more on an ordinance in reference to the puppy mills as opposed to this resolution. This resolution, which has absolutely no bearing or anything else on law, it's just us making a statement. That is not what they're looking for. They're looking to talk about these things, and I don't think either one of them has anything to do with the other, and therefore they should be speaking at this portion.
When you said, all right, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to conduct a meeting, it's going to be professional and courteous to all speakers. We're not going to have people creating a problem here tonight. Everybody's going to get their opportunity to speak. You treat everybody the way you would like to be treated, and the meeting will go smoothly. You have different opinions as to other people, and that's fine, and that's why we're here to let you do that. But please understand that if things get out of control, we're going to bring the meeting to a halt, and that accomplishes nothing for everybody who's shown up tonight. So you may agree or disagree with what somebody says. There's no need to get into clapping and carrying on while somebody's speaking. It's just going to slow the meeting down. So I'm just telling you that now so that this goes smoothly and everybody who's here gets the opportunity to speak. Just keep that in mind throughout the meeting, and everything should go smoothly, okay? Thank you. Councilman, so the only way that we're going to be able to delineate it then is people are going to have to be specific as to what they would like to speak about. And
I agree with you 100%.
so,
If they want to talk about the resolution, which means absolutely nothing, they should wait until the consent agenda. If they want to talk about passing an ordinance in reference to not allowing any sales of cats or dogs from puppy mills, now is when they should be speaking.
if in fact they want to speak about an ordinance, that is a completely different legal issue than the resolution itself. So there's, how many people have signed up? 4?
I have 4.
All right, so call them from, hold on, folks, relax. You'll get an opportunity to speak. We have an opportunity now to speak, and we also have at the end of the program or agenda another opportunity. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, you want to call the first, and let's do the 4 that have signed up, and then we'll proceed from there.
Okay. Joe Gallo?
Mail for Outlook.
Yes.
Ready? Good evening, Joe Gallo from Manalapan, New Jersey. I'd like to discuss, obviously, the pet shop that's opening. During the last council meeting, you heard from several people from other cities, other counties, and yes, other states. There was one actual resident that spoke. All these people have good intentions, and they want to stop puppy mills, so do we. And we also want to keep the shelters empty. Today, they'll tell you that they have a petition with over 2,500 signatures. These signatures are mostly from activist groups all over the country, along with a few residents. Anyone reading this petition would sign it immediately, and they'd probably cry when they read it, because it's so sad. Unfortunately, this petition is worthless. It's full of lies, propaganda, and stock puppy mill photos. Actually, nothing stated in the petition is true. These people are free to write and say anything they want with no facts and no fear of consequences. The petition has been plastered all over social media across the United States and on every New Jersey site. Okay? Middlesex, Monmouth County sites, Old Bridge, Manalapan, every single site. With all that plastering, they have only 2,500 signatures. And again, the petition is completely bogus. Then they will tell you that the USDA licenses mean nothing. The USDA is a national government organization that monitors the food we eat. Being USDA licensed is just a minimum requirement we have. We don't buy from every USDA breeder, just the best ones. Also, we do not buy from any of the breeders that have any violations. They will tell you that over 100 townships in New Jersey ban puppy sales. What they won't tell you is that almost all of these townships had no opposition, and they only heard the lies. The bans were passed in the dark of the night. They will ask you to put bans and laws in place to protect against puppy mills. Well, these laws already are in place. In fact, New Jersey is one of the most regulated states when it comes to selling puppies. Breeders must be USDA licensed. You cannot purchase with any violation in the last 2 years. Stores must have on the kennel for every puppy available for the public the USDA inspection reports for the breeder for the last 2 years. Have on the kennel for every puppy available to the public the USDA inspection reports for the broker for the last 2 years. The USDA inspection reports must be posted. Every puppy must have a card posted on the kennel showing the full name and everything about the breeder, name, address, and email address. The breeder's USDA license number, the breeder's state license number, name and address and email of the broker, name, address, and transportation company, name and address of the consulting veterinarian, and the date of the vet exam. The state's Department of Agriculture and the USDA Animal Welfare Division enforce these laws. The non-licensed and unregulated breeders sell directly to consumers over the internet, rest stops, and parking lots, and encourage evading federal regulatory oversight. Pet sale bans have not shut down puppy mills, improved animal welfare, eliminated puppy sales over the internet, or reduced shelter population. In fact, the Humane Society itself reported in 2007 that there were 10,000 puppy mills in the U.S. They worked hard and passed 340 pet sale bans since then. Today, 2020, the Humane Society is reporting that there are 10,000 puppy mills in the U.S., proving that they did nothing to affect puppy mills. There is still no evidence that any ban has resulted in the closure of one single puppy mill. Tonight, you'll hear from misinformed residents that have been recruited to speak. The activists have been reaching out, literally begging people on the internet to come into this meeting tonight, and are being told exactly what to say. They are scripted. There are hundreds and hundreds of Old Bridge and local residents that have been reaching out to us in support. Most of the people in this room tonight are support of the store. We can't allow a few people, almost all not even from here, to threaten us as a community and tell us what we have to do. If we give into this charade, what's next? Banning meat from supermarkets to support their vegan agenda? Closing down any business that doesn't meet their ideals? These people are bullying anyone who supports the pet shop. On Facebook, on any type of social media, they're making threats, they're vulgar, they're putting cameras in your face, outside, filming everyone, copying phone numbers down. These are terrorist tactics, okay? These people are not following the rules. There's signs posted all over here saying no cameras, yet there's cameras. All right, I had a camera in my face since I was in the hallway, okay? This is not how we conduct business. We're gonna run a good business. We're gonna follow the laws and the regulations that are in place. We offer to show every single person, the breeders, where they come from. They could visit them. They could go online and see them. These are not puppy mills. We want to stop puppy mills. By not allowing the sale of good dogs that were bred by good breeders, you are encouraging puppy mills. People are going all over this country to buy dogs. They're meeting in rest stops on the side of the road getting dogs that they have no history on, and sick and ill, and they're being forced to do this. Ask yourself, your friends and relatives, where did they get their dogs? Wouldn't they like a place locally where they can get a dog that's bred properly? So all these arguments you hear tonight about puppy mills, we agree 100%. We're the fight against puppy mills. We want the shelters empty. We have plans in place to help adopt cat and kittens. The Old Bridge shelter is overrun with kittens. They have 2 dogs. Overrun with cats and kittens. We have a program that will help support the shelters, food, even places in the store where they could do adoptions. So I beg you to just try to see beyond the lies, because, like I said, people can say whatever they want, whenever they want, there's no cost for them to do that. Thank you.
Give it to Stella.
Good evening. Tom Gallo, owner of the pet shop. So clearly there's a lot of false information out there. After the last council meeting, we reached out to the only person that was an Old Bridge resident and who raised concerns how we would affect the Old Bridge shelter specifically. I asked to meet with her and hear her perspective and hear her concerns about the store. She refused to meet. We answered all her questions, letting her know that we share our breeders, what's included with our puppies, etc. We also let her know we'll not be selling cats or kittens, since that rumor seems to be going around. After refusing to meet with us, she started posting on Facebook and started a petition spreading false information and lies, even though she had all the correct information from us. We reached out several more times to meet with her before finally getting a response. I will meet with you when you agree to not sell puppies, otherwise we have nothing to discuss. Other people harassing you to pass this ban have no interest in a two-way discussion about it either. Rather than meet in person and talk about it like adults, they would rather sit behind their keyboards, spread false information and lies, curse at us, and yes, even threaten us, threatening my family. Last meeting, Sherry expressed her concerns about us affecting the shelter. You'll hear from people tonight claiming pet shops have a negative impact on local shelters. This is not true. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Less than 5.5% of shelter pets are purebred. There is a 5.3 million gap in demand for dogs in the United States between the number of dogs available in the shelters and the animal demand for dogs in the U.S. In our store, we have programs to not only help support the local shelters, but to ensure that no dog purchased from our store ends up in a shelter. Our Pets for a Lifetime policy is to ensure that none of the pets sold in our store end up homeless or in an animal shelter. We will take back or find a home for any pet sold in our store. We also have a program that helps support providing food for the animal shelter. I know they have a long list of cat food online that they really need help. As you can see, we're not a threat to the animal shelters. Instead, we'll be an asset. I stopped by the Old Bridge Animal Shelter the other day and spoke with the very friendly staff there. I was surprised to see only 2 dogs there. One adult pit bull mix, and the other currently not adoptable due to a skin condition. When I asked how often they got dogs in, the response was rarely. They mostly get cats. There were several cats up for adoption. I would love the opportunity to work with the Old Bridge Shelter to help find these cats new forever homes. We have space in our store dedicated that we can put these cats in our store. The store would get a lot more traffic than the Old Bridge Shelter does. We offer incentives to people who adopt the cats as well. Free food, litter boxes, all incentives to try to help find these cats homes. For the people who claim we source our puppies from puppy mills, I ask this. Have you ever visited a USDA licensed breeder, let alone the specific ones we'll be getting our puppies from? The answer is no, you haven't. And yet they will stand up here today and tell you we buy from puppy mills. They'll show you stock photos from online and just Google pics of puppy mills. They're horrific. Puppy mills are terrible. These breeders are nothing like that. We have pictures and video on our website of us personally visiting the breeders that we buy from. I've gone as far as flying my drone around the whole property to assure people there's no secret back buildings that people are claiming there are, and that the front is a ruse. Completely untrue. I made sure the breeders we are getting our puppies from are the best of the best. I hope these people making their false accusations get a chance to visit these breeders and see for themselves how wrong they really are. We plan on having several more breeder trips, and we welcome all of the council and the mayor to come with us on these breeder trips and see the breeders for yourself. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Chris Fleming. It's F-L-E-M, 1-M-I-N-G. I'm from Neosho, Missouri. I am the co-owner of Pinnacle Pet in Neosho, Missouri, and will be responsible for helping the Gallo family source their pets for their store. They asked me to come out and just kind of explain some of the stuff that we do. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I've got 2 children. One's 18 and one's 16. Both are fixing to turn 19 and 17. They've grown up and doing what we do. One's going to school to be a veterinarian. The other plans on being an accountant. We work with about 200 USDA licensed breeders. And it was actually Tom that had, when he came out a year or so ago, and he broke out a drone, it reminded me, well, that's one of the things that I guess our purpose is to try to provide that transparency. Nobody likes puppy mills. Nobody likes any of the pictures that everybody puts out and says this is what a puppy mill is. I don't, nor have I ever met one individual that says, oh yeah, I condone that. Nobody does. But the only way to combat that is with the truth. And so our purpose of our company is to go out, offer an inspection, and try to make it as transparent as possible for an Old Bridge consumer or customer to come in and come to the store and see directly where that pet comes from. So with his idea of drone, we purchased a drone. By the end of the summer, every pet that goes into the store with the QR code, their customers will be able to see exactly where that came from, the kennel that came from, be able to see the parents, the sires, the dams, the weights, be able to see any veterinary records. I have 2 veterinarians on staff, Dr. Bill Oxford, Dr. Scott Gardner, and I also employ 42 other employees, all responsible for caring for the dogs, inspecting the kennels, and ensuring that they leave our place and get to the new store with as little stress as possible. And that's the whole goal, so they can find their family as quickly as possible. We ensure, with all the staff, with the doctors, we ensure and are able to provide to every customer that purchases a pet that comes through us a health guarantee against any genetics, any genetic or inheritable issues. We also provide a 5-generation pedigree. We track all that information to ensure that if there's a genetic issue that pops up, that we don't continue to have that issue from a same breeding pair. We offer in March 7th actually is our 12th educational conference. This year it'll be attended by 400 breeders. We have the CEO of the Orthopedic Foundation for Animals, a geneticist from Mars Wisdom Panel, numerous other speakers, a virologist with Merck Animal Health, that all come and spend all day talking to our breeders and other breeders, they don't necessarily do business with us, on how to provide a better pet. So that's March 7th, and I'll extend the offer that Tom did up there at any point in time. You don't even have to announce it. Stores do it quite a bit. Come by the shop. We'll be more than happy to show you exactly where the puppies come from. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Colleen Ronco, Spotswood, New Jersey. For those of you that don't know me, I am the president of the Reformers. We're an organization that started because of the Helmetta Regional Animal Shelter debacle. And I've been in Spotswood now for about 7 or 8 years. I actually grew up in this town, so for those people behind me that think that I don't have a vested interest in Old Bridge, my grandfather was a special police officer back in the 50s. My grandmother was one of the first people that lived in the housing development known as Old Bridge Estates off of Englishtown Road. My parents moved to Spotswood. I resided there, moved away, and moved back. With that being said, in the state of New Jersey, over the last 5 or 6 years, we've had enormous amounts of animal shelters issues as well as pet store issues. Some of those pet store issues I was personally involved in. Vinny Lasacco of Just Pups had 4 stores closed in Jersey and 1 store closed in New York within a matter of a year. Breeders' Cup in Brick was also closed. Fancy Pups in Woodbridge was closed. Lucky Pets up in Edgewater Cliffs was also closed. All of these were closed because of disease, genetic defects, parvo, distemper, giardia, coccidia, roundworm, tapeworm, and all of these dogs came from licensed USDA breeders, every one of them. The issue here is they can sugarcoat this any way they want. Just because you have a USDA breeder's license does not mean that you are a reputable breeder. and it does not mean that your puppies look like they do in the store. Naturally, you're not going to sell something that's matted with its eyeballs bulging out of its head with open wounds and tumors and sores and pussy ears. Nobody's going to buy that. However, that cute little Maltese puppy, whose mother is stuck inside of a cage in some puppy mill in Missouri, because that's one of the largest areas in the country where there are Missouri is puppy mills, one of the places where Vinny Lasacco got his, you're not going to tell me that Old Bridge thinks that this is a good idea. Maybe you only had one person that came here, but then again, when you're intimidated and bullied online by the breeders, which they come on my page quite often, I've had USDA breeders come on my page from Missouri and threaten me with my life. They can knock themselves out. My address is a public record. They can show up at my house. If Mr. Gallo is so concerned about being videotaped here at the meeting, maybe Mr. Gallo should look up the Open Public Meetings Act, because he commented about cameras being in his face. I'm going to leave these with you tonight. These are all of the incidents over the last couple of years with respect to puppy mills in this state. Currently, there's a puppy mill down in Millville that has 156 dogs on its property. And yes, to those people that spoke, I have seen puppy mills up close and personal. I've been on them. I have 2 puppy mill dogs at home. I've seen them. I've photographed them. I've photographed the dogs. I have photographed what the dogs look like when they were pulled out of puppy mills. And yes, we do have puppy mills here in Jersey as well. They're few and far between. But again, just because you have a USDA license does not mean that you are doing everything by the book. Some of the people in this room have sourced from the Horrible 100, which is the worst 100 puppy mills. We actually have people in this room tonight that have sourced from those puppy mills. So if Old Bridge is looking forward to having a lot of picketers come to their meetings and to outside this puppy store that's going in at the shops of Old Bridge, and there's an awful lot of people. People may not be here. People have families. People have jobs. People may not be here. But I can guarantee you, just like with Sequest up in Woodbridge, you're going to have people every weekend over at this pet store. And I find it really hard to believe, especially in light of some of the individuals that are up here and some of the individuals I've been in front of before, to say that it's perfectly okay. I just find it really disturbing that in a town such as this, that we're going to allow a pet store, which comes from Petland, whether they call themselves something else or not, and Petland has had numerous violations. They've had abuse, excuse me. They've had diseases that have transferred to humans. So for instance, if you have a puppy with parvo that winds up in their store and somebody goes in and touches it, they've now walked around the shops at Old Bridge, touched everything else. If your dog doesn't have a parvo shot, or your dog isn't up to date on its parvo shot, or you went and got a puppy from the Old Bridge shelter, it's a good likelihood that your dog's going to end up with parvo. Parvo survives for 6 months after you touch it. You're going to be walking that all over the place. I'm going to leave these with you. I certainly hope that everybody up there would at least look at these and see what's going on with these. These are all recent cases within the last 5 years. Thank you.
Proceed, and you're going to do the admin report before the budget, right?
Yeah, we're going to do
Okay.
council member comments, though.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Next will be council member comments. Anyone on my left for a comment? Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I just want to talk about something real quick. I think there was a misunderstanding or something happened. I served on the Recreation Board last year, and I think it was the Assistant Chair of the Recreation Board that also served on there, but I'm not positive. His name was Thomas Kaliakova. He went away to play professional baseball, and he actually won a title. I don't forget what country it was, but he won the batting title out there. But that's not what this is about. I spoke to,
We did do him.
oh, he's on? He's
Not this meeting.
I'd like to put him on. Oh, he's on.
We did.
Oh, then forget it. I thought you said he wasn't on. Okay, never mind. Thank you.
A number of us were told not to sign up for this portion, and
Sir, you're going to get your opportunity, as I indicated earlier.
should have been signed.
Sir, you're going to get the opportunity at the end with everybody else, or we would have limited everybody for 3 minutes. We didn't do that. Sir, did you hear what I said?
Beyond this
Did you hear what I said?
Sir, we understand exactly
Okay,
what you said.
good.
Go to the councilman's
This
comments.
isn't about the
We were on.
resolution.
for this.
I'm not going to argue with you, sir.
I'm not gonna
It's going to
argue
proceed, it's going to proceed the way we set it forth.
We were told by the clerk.
It's going to
not
proceed the
sign
way we
up.
set it forth, sir.
But when
And
your
that was
clerk
wrong.
made a statement for us not to sign up, sir, there's a reason behind
Sir,
it.
it's going to proceed the way we set it forth.
Well, you told us
Miss-
not to sign up for this portion, and you just said we were allowed to speak per the councilman's comments.
All right.
So why were these
You will
four
be
allowed
able to
speak,
speak
but we're not
after.
going to be allowed to
Anyone else from the council? Mrs. Brown?
Okay, this is going to be a little lengthy. So, Stella, by the way, thank you so much for including the items that I sent to you on the agenda. For some reason, they disappeared. I'm not sure, but I know you didn't do it. So, here we go. Actually, what I have to say kind of falls in line with what some of the audience members here are concerned about. And one of the first concerns I had, and I put this on the agenda, was ethics training for our council. I've experienced over the past just 2 years I've been here that certain people don't get to speak, including myself. And now, obviously, I'm seeing that certain rules apply to some people and not to others. For instance, we can clap in the audience as long as we're for the agenda of the majority of the people up here. And if someone has a thought that is not with the majority of the people up here, then they're usually told to be quiet, or they're told they need to not speak or leave or what have you. So one of the things I did add to the agenda, which is surprisingly not on the agenda anymore, is that I really believe that we as a council need ethics training. I know before I even got here, and I've said this a million times, there were issues, fights, disagreements, and so on that really turned ugly, and I think it's still happening. The only difference is, I think people have learned to maybe mask it a little bit better, but I still hear and see things that I don't agree with, and I do think we all need training up here, maybe myself included, I don't know. I'm new to politics in a way, so I don't go along with certain things, I guess the way they're supposed to be done, but I do think that it's really important for us to speak to each other a certain way, but also to hear everyone here. I know for myself personally, too, I've come up with ideas that were viable and really great, and they've been silenced because they don't fit with what the majority believes needs to be spoken about. The other thing is, in light of different experiences I've had in the town with the police and different things, with the council, with just things I've seen on the Facebook page, I really do think that we need some diversity and inclusion training. I think that's really important. I've talked about that before, and that's not really been addressed again, so not sure what happened to that conversation. And I did try to keep this conversation, again, behind the scenes, but no one has responded, so it sounds like I can't get anything done unless I say it publicly. So if that's what I got to do, I'll do it. So I'll let you answer this once I'm done. And then third, I put on the agenda about the stigma-free campaign. As you know, I'm on 3 active mental health boards. Actually, before I came here, I was at the county mental health board, which I'm on, as well as a public policy board for NAMI New Jersey, which is the National Alliance for Mental Illness, and also for their cultural affiliate boards. And one of the things I find to be really important, especially in light of a lot of children actually committing suicide and having some really harsh behaviors like cutting, is for us to adopt a stigma-free campaign. So that was also included in the materials that Stella sent. There was a resolution, and there were all the terms of it and what it would look like and how we can adopt this and present it to council and just pass the resolution. So I digress. Those are 3 things. Hope you followed me. And I just want a response, and I want an actual action of what we're going to do from here going out. Like, not just words, but let's get a date for a meeting or something to happen. Camacho, Council President?
I can tell you that the training that you mentioned, the ethics training, our HR department is actively pursuing for all our employee. The diversity, the harassment, all of those things are being handled for employee. So, I mean, we can certainly invite anybody that wants to come, the council member, if you'd like to join. Avril is here. Avril, am I right? We're going to have a training on that coming soon. So we'll send you those dates. And then what we'll do is, Avril, from now on, will include any training that is conducted in municipal building. We'll send a invitation to the council pertaining to those that are not related to specific jobs, but the general training will include the council member into those training sessions.
Is there any way because I know that you said before we can't make anybody go to it that's on council, but for instance, we have actual mandatory meetings like the budget meetings, right? Everyone should be there. So in part, could we do a little bit of training before the budget meeting since you know people will be there? It's not a quorum, you know?
I'll leave it up to the legal, on the legal issue, but any of those meetings, the budget meetings are scheduled, council is invited to come, but not necessarily everybody attends all the meetings, so, but we'll make every efforts to invite council in those general sessions that we have, those general training.
Okay, I think, I just think it's interesting because all of these things become a legal issue if they keep going on, right? So if we just say, it doesn't matter, but like I said, I've experienced certain things here that are quite questionable and really concerning. I see the way people are, obviously, we can't make people conduct themselves a certain way here, but I've just seen over the years how people have been treated, and then I got on here and the same thing happened to me. So I think it's an issue that is ongoing and we got to change it. So, I don't know. It sounds like a very weak response to how we're going to deal with it. And I think I've made you all privy to 2 police encounters that I've had that were unsavory with my children in the car. So I haven't really heard anything back about that.
But you were meeting, I thought you met with the chief.
Nobody reached out to me. Nobody reached out to me. The attorney said that.
We did have a meeting with the township attorney who had a discussion with you on this, on those issues.
And?
So, again, I can tell you that some of the things are beyond the administration area and legal area. You're saying I have a weak response, but I don't have authority to tell the council that you have to attend. There is no authority I have.
Right, but then again, to my point about just behavior with the police department and things, I'm actually, like a lot of our police officers, a lot of my friends are police officers, you know that, but there were still 2 encounters I had with my children in the car that we still haven't addressed, and no one's reached out to me. So having a meeting with the attorney, who also said, we'll meet and we'll set something up, and that never happened. So I just, again, I don't like to make things public, but it just sounds like nothing gets done until I say it up here. And maybe it still won't get done, I don't know, but this is about my 5th try, so.
As I said, as a township attorney says he's going to set up a meeting, he will set up a meeting, and he will, handle those things. Because some of the issue raised, sensitive issue, there's a legal issue that has to be handled by legal department.
Right. And so with the stigma-free campaign, so again, that was somehow removed from the agenda, and I wanted to know what further discussion we can have about that. The resolution's pretty simple. I know there's the mayor's health and wellness campaign, but considering I'm on 3 mental health boards, none of my ideas for the anti-stigma campaign were even included, and I actually have some really great resources. So wellness and mental health are all included in overall wellness, of course. So just wondering, yeah.
Stella speak on the agenda issue, because those are ultimately finalized with the administration participating in it, but obviously the ultimately final decision is the council, because these are council meeting, council agenda.
So my items can get removed by, yeah, because she put it on there.
Adina, no, nobody removed them.
Okay.
The agenda was up and down so many times today. Something might have happened, it might have been a glitch.
Okay.
But they definitely were on, because I emailed
Yeah,
them
no,
when
I
I put them
remember
on.
that. Yeah.
And they definitely were on, but something had to have happened internally. All right? So they will go, if you want them back on next meeting, I will just put them
Yeah.
on again next meeting.
Yeah, we can. I mean, that's why I'm talking about it.
But he
now.
asked me to remove them, and I
Oh,
would
no,
not
no,
have removed them.
I'm sure they didn't. Yeah, no, I'm
Okay.
sure they didn't.
Are you through, Mrs. Brown, or
Oh, I'm just waiting to hear what we're gonna do.
in
So-
terms of?
So, yeah, so the meeting with the chief and also the training, do you want to talk about what the actions are to get someone to come in and do training, or?
Well, as Mr. Shaw said, I can't force anyone, mandate anyone to come. I'm sure everyone is open to suggestions and to come, but I can't force them to come.
No, I'm sorry, I'm
No,
talking.
that's okay.
So, no, I'm saying sorry to him because he wants to have a conversation right now, it's not the right time. So, okay, again, if you can really talk to me about this, and otherwise I have to bring it up in front of everybody again in the public, so let's actually get a date to discuss this. Because even with you and I, we were supposed to have a meeting, that never happened, so.
Well, we did meet once, you and I.
Yeah, but there was still no resolution to that. So, thank you.
Well, we're gonna,
I know.
we're gonna have another, we'll have another meeting.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. De Palma?
Just one thing, I just wanted to congratulate the Allbridge Girls High School swim team. So they had this year undefeated season as well as a championship season. So for the first time, Coach Weiss, Coach Dabrio, and more importantly, the wonderful young ladies on that team brought home the first ever GMC championship to Allbridge High School. So I just wanted to make sure I congratulated those young ladies. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Murphy? Yeah, I'll do you too.
And I have an update on the veteran housing there in Lawrence Harbor.
Unfortunately, we're still waiting for the grant that we have applied to the county under the home grant program. We haven't got the final answer from the county whether, we are going to we can transfer the grant that was awarded to us, to the previous applicants, to our new applicants. And that's what we're waiting for. Mark and I did speak about it. We're going to see, he's going to attempt to make changes with the spending plan to see if we can use some of the COA funds if that is approved in lieu of the grant that we've been waiting for 2 years for a response.
Okay. I mean, has anybody made a phone call to the homes?
I have personally made calls. Our consultant, CGP&H, had made calls. The applicants has made calls.
And what department is that up there?
I think Office on Aging, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but I can get you the contact information.
Yeah, all right, and we have an update on the revout that's been ordered for the town.
Well, there's not, Brian is going through the tax map update with the state.
I thought that was done.
consult. I don't know if it's fully completed. And then the next step will be that we have to start, we have to go through the process of selecting company to perform the reval. We're going to have to, do the bid. I don't think that we're going to be able to really start that until maybe later part of this year, so beginning of next year, because there's going to be funding requirements also along with that.
Right, I know.
Mr. Nolan?
Yeah, that's it, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Murphy?
Your mic.
I've known you the past 3 years, and I've always liked you, and I've put up with a lot of stuff you say that I didn't agree with, and I don't want to get too much into that, but this training thing, I don't know if we need that. The prejudice, I have seen you've been so prejudiced to council members, people here, people in other towns, and people, the cops, you even prejudice them. You have this thing that you think that people have a problem with you. I do not have a problem with it, and most people don't. So in my opinion, maybe you should just look at where the prejudice would be starting. And that's how I feel. I feel that you're getting a little carried away with all of this. It's not coming from this council.
Okay, so you, who has actually been threatened yourself, is saying you haven't seen that? So wait, just hold on a minute. So you, as a person who's not of color, is going to tell me that me getting pulled over and yelled at by police officers while my 8-year-old is in the car is okay? So you don't know, wait a minute, you don't know my personal experiences. Clearly, you haven't had them yourself, right?
Yes,
so,
I have.
But you haven't. You can't say you've had my
I haven't
experiences.
as a black man, yes, I have.
So then let's stop, right? I can't tell you what you experience by being who you are, tall, whatever you are, right? Everybody has different experiences in life. If I've experienced the things I've experienced, I don't really see how you have a place to tell me that it's my fault or I shouldn't speak on it.
I'm not saying it's your
Okay.
fault, but you have
So
to
I don't
stop.
know who's telling you to say that to me, but
Wait
you
a
should
minute,
probably
nobody has,
not.
I have sitting here biting my tongue for a while.
I don't know why you have to bite your tongue. You don't have my life experience. And even how you're behaving now shows that we need ethics training. Because you can't tell somebody else that they didn't experience what they've experienced. So you go ahead with your life and have yourself be pulled over by police and yelled at in front of your child and see how you feel. But I don't really want to hear what you have to say about my feelings and what I've experienced personally. Because that, to me, right there, shows that you don't understand other people's perspectives. I can't tell, but I can't tell you, just keep in mind, I can't tell you what you've been through. But you are telling me that there's a problem with me saying that we need training about this. I have seen people in the audience get yelled at here. I've heard racist things said here. Look at our Facebook page for Old Bridge. This is a sign that you don't understand how that feels for somebody who actually gets the brunt of that behavior. So I really think you should stop, because you sound very insensitive right now.
No, I'm not being sensitive.
But you actually are.
It's all about you. You don't know
It's
what
not
I
all
lived.
about
You
me. I don't. But are you
you've accused
experiencing
me,
that?
not
I
me.
think, so this is, right.
Yeah, John.
This is a
right,
prime
John.
example of why we need
John.
training in ethics and inclusion. It's a prime example.
All right, let's get a grip. Okay. Anyone on my right have a comment? Mrs. Walker.
Yes, I received several emails about the cable rates going up, and I was going to ask Mr. Shaw if he was going to address the problem.
Yes, the cable company, I did communicate it, I told it along with our attorney, we were trying to find out. The response I received is that the Cablevision had applied for a rate increase with FCC. These are increases that not on your cable services, but on your internet services. And they are controlled by FCC, because I was surprised with that such a large increase. And a township attorney can say, I expressed my displeasure that we were not notified, we were not made aware of that, and that, it was a huge increase. But from my understanding, because it's an internet service, it's not regulated by BPU or our agreement with them, that we have no control over that. It's really the Federal Communication that has allowed this increase.
Which one?
Oh, no, that's all.
Anyone else on my right for a council comment? Mr. Pasquini.
Oh, yes.
Yes, in regards to the cable, the problem is there's no competition. You have, the way the whole thing is set up through the state is that each municipality is only, I don't know how other towns do it, because there are other towns, like Spotswood, that has cable, and they have Fios, and then you have satellite. So when you have competition like that, it normally brings the quality up and the price down. So we're in like a little bit of a quandary here, and I would like to, it would be nice to be able to do something outside the box.
Councilman, I would love to do something outside the box, but again, not pun intended, absolutely right. Again, this is actually not a state-regulated business. The internet services is not a state-regulated, it's not a BPU control. And what they have done is they have increased rate on your internet services by about $14. You know, I'm this victim of the same situation, and there are towns, other towns have faced the same problem. I told the representative of Cablevision saying that you can say that FCC, but this mayor and council and us have to deal with the public, because there is just a simple notice month before, some kind of a small print notice about these rate increases, because I personally didn't see in my own bill, so I know what yours thinks. Yes, there is no competition. Fires has come in small portion of this town. They are in some towns, but they're not growing. It's really a business. It's a commerce, it's competitions. They have lost money is what I understood, but I don't know the real truth, why they're not expanding business. So yes, there is a monopoly. And this has been granted probably not now, probably 30, 40, 50 years back, when, if you recall, cable company came to your door and I'll give you nice cable services for $5. That's when it started. So now anybody wants to come in a town, offer the service through the ground, they have to connect, run all the wires. The cost of those running the wires is expensive. I think the hope is going to be, the future hope is going to be with the 5G technology that's coming through, which I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that 5G technology brings the speed of almost cable speed. And if that happens, then you will have a competition,
Yeah,
because
there's a number of things coming up. Also, they're talking about internet access through broadband, where you just, from your TV antenna, you pick up internet. And that's all on the horizon. But right now, I have to deal with a $30 increase per month on my cable bill. You know, and it's just, you're right, they didn't give us notice, nobody got notice, and then it's just like, bam, you know. It's a budget killer.
Barbara, Mayor?
But again, just keep it separation. This is not, a rate increase is not on a cable services. It's
Yes,
in
I
your
understand.
internet services.
Yeah, and
That's two different things.
But there's no competition for internet.
Right.
You know,
Well,
I mean, you
you-
can't even get DSL. I called Verizon. You know, that used to be a normal service through your regular phone lines.
right.
And they don't offer it.
They don't offer that, correct.
So-
Councilman Piscatty, I'd just like to add that there are areas in town where that competition does exist, and we see no reduction in the rates. Or the,
Mr. Merwin,
we
did you
say
too?
we're,
Don't I have the floor?
I just
I
wanted to
just have a
answer
question on your thing, Tony.
that Spotswood, comparing Spotswood to Old Bridge is a little tough because of the size of Spotswood and the size of Old Bridge. As just Hamachi said, the deals were made way back when the cable company got the licensing. I believe Verizon was the only other cable company that could run wires in any town. They had a statewide license. And they have done areas in town, and they've stopped for a few years. Now they're back in certain areas running again. The satellite dish is available, I think, throughout the entire town. You can get satellite if you want it. But in areas of the town that have the competition that you speak of, we've seen no reduction in the cost of cable. As Hamachi said, the internet, the trend seems to be, I don't know how it works, but it comes through the computer on your TV. A lot of people eliminating the cable completely, and I think that's why maybe the internet cost has gone up. Some of the younger generation know how to live without cable television, and everything is streamed live on their computer with other options available. And that competition exists. So people need to get out and do their homework and maybe talk to somebody from a younger generation that knows how to do it.
Yeah, but you
and they
still
get around
need
it
internet,
somehow.
Mayor.
And
You
they
still
avoid
need-
paying that.
You still need internet. So, okay, I could get any one of the services, but to get those services, you have to have an internet connection,
I understand. It's
right?
frustrating.
And you need upload and download,
If you
right?
eliminate that triple play, if you eliminate your landline and you don't want the cable, you just want internet service, it's very difficult. You have to go to another party that's available out there.
Yeah, well, you know what, if the people in Old Bridge would get together and.
Everybody cut their
shut off-
cables and
shut off
cut
their
the- cut
cable,
their
you'll see
wires.
them reduce the rate.
I'd be the first one out there cutting them.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
About this?
Yeah, Hamacho, when you were, you emailed the lady from Cablevision or whatever the name, Altice, whatever the name of it is now. you asked that question, was this approved by the BPU? She never answered that question. So,
She did say it was approved by FCC.
FCC, but we don't know if they have the ultimate authority to allow it in New Jersey, and maybe it's something that we should check with the BPU on.
I did. The BPU doesn't have control over the internet service rates. BPU, the cable services they control is your basic TV.
The TV.
Those 16 channels that you get in the basic, that's all they control. And beyond that, if you try premium cable services, they're not controlled by the BPU.
Okay.
In light of Councilman Murphy's comments, I do want to say that I think it's very telling that this is a recorded meeting, and I've heard comments like, I understand racism because I grew up as a fat child, and now I've been told that I don't need to be heard because I think everything's about me. So I just want us to, when we do meet, I think, I want you to know all of this is like publicly documented, that I've been yelled at by people and nothing's been done. There's been racist comments made and people in the audience clap, but then I've been heckled, I've been called disgusting. There's been a lot of other really negative things said to me, and no one's done anything about it. And so now here it is, a councilman sitting beside me saying this is not all about me, and I never said it was. I'm actually talking about people I know in this community, and again, if you look at the Facebook page, it's very clear that there's some issues. And I'm not just making this up out of thin air, and I'm not just making this up for attention because I can get attention without sitting here and saying this. It is really an issue. It's a problem with our council. And if we keep trying to pretend it doesn't exist and telling me there's something wrong with me, I think that is such a big sign that there's a problem with everybody else. Like, I'm literally telling you that I've been accosted outside of the meeting by people saying racist things to me. I've been told negative things about immigrants and so on. So I'm just putting this out there again because I find it's very, very easy for us to like roll over what Adina says and to keep talking about other crap. And the reality is, we have sat up here and people have fought about direct deposit, for God's sake. You know, and this is a really big issue that affects human beings, and everyone wants to gloss over it. So I just want you to know, like, this is documented. We've seen this happen time and time again to me, and I know it's happening to other people too, because I've spoken to them. So you all look pretty bad to sit here and pretend it's not a thing. And you certainly look bad to be so insensitive as to say, this is not about Adina, this is just, I'm making this up. So I just want you to go home and think about that for a minute. It's not your experience, obviously, and I understand it's an uncomfortable conversation for people, but it still needs to be had. Our whole community is made up of more than just people that look one way. And I think we've already talked about that before. So let's deal with this in a mature way instead of getting all upset because we're defensive. Because if you feel defensive about this conversation, it's probably because you're part of the problem, I would say, if it makes you feel uncomfortable. So just my further thoughts on it. And again, I hope we actually meet about this again behind the scenes and really can come up with a viable solution.
Thank you. Anyone else on my right? No? Seeing no more, I will, Mr. Loshier?
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Brown, I just wanted to address one thing. I was not privy to your conversations with my partner, Mark Roselli, but I do know that you, as well as any other citizen or resident, anybody who interacts with local law enforcement, if something occurs that you feel is not right, unnecessary language, whatever it may be, you, as everyone else in this audience and in this state, or anyone who travels through the state, there's Attorney General guidelines that set up a procedure for complaints. And so I know that you have that available to you, just like every other citizen.
Yep, I already
With
did that.
regard to meeting with the chief, I don't know what was said, but it would seem to me that he would not do so because then he would be doing something different for you than he would do for any other citizen, and that's why the AG has those guidelines. So I just tell you that because if you're not aware of that procedure, you have every right to go in and file that complaint, and those complaints are documented, investigated, and there's a report that has to be filed with the Attorney General every, I believe it's every 30 days, every month. At the very least, it may be a quarter, but I believe it's every month. So I just wanted to let you know that because you did mention that you've had a couple interactions with law enforcement that you felt were inappropriate, okay?
Right, and I did file a complaint formally,
Okay.
actually, so.
Thank you.
I guess I have to do something else. Thanks.
Mr. Loge, you through?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure
Okay.
that she was
Yep.
aware of it.
No, thank you very much. Okay, next will be report of the clerk.
None at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Report of the attorney.
None at this time, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Shaw, I'd like to just change it up. Would you mind doing the, your report first, the administrative report, before we go on?
Absolutely, Council President, thank you. The administrative report of February 10 to 2020. Item 1, Old Bridge bond rating information. On December 20, 2019, Moody's Investors Service affirmed the Township Old Bridge credit position is excellent. Its AA1 rating is stronger than U.S. City's medium of AA3. The notable credit factors includes healthy financial position, a very strong wealth and income profile, and extensive tax base. The Township credit position also reflects a low debt burden and a moderate pension liability. Item number 2, 2020 municipal budget. The 2020 municipal budget is scheduled for introduction at tonight's council meeting. The total general appropriation for 2020, including municipal library purpose, is $59,088,235 compared to $58,629,688 in 2019 as modified. The proposed tax rate for both municipal and municipal library purpose for 2020 is estimated to be 1.074, which reflects a tax increase of 0.017 cents over 2019, 1.057. For an average home in Old Bridge assessed at $154,390, the proposed municipal and municipal library tax would be $28 from $1,630 in 2019 to $1,658 in 2020. The Township Council has tentatively scheduled budget subcommittee meeting for February 19, February 26, and March 5th to review the proposed budget in more detail. A formal presentation and public hearing on the municipal budgets are scheduled for the March 16, 2020 council meeting. I just want to add that the the budget information will be available at the library and at the Township Finance Office and Township Clerk's Office. Item number 3, proposed 2020 capital bond ordinance for general improvements. The proposed 2020 capital bond ordinance for general improvements in the total amount of $5,985,000 is also scheduled for introduction at tonight's council meeting. A formal presentation and public hearing on 2020 capital budget is scheduled for March 16, 2020 council meeting. Item number 4, 2020 cap index ordinance. The proposed cap bank ordinance is scheduled for introduction at tonight's council meeting. The ordinance authorized the township to bank the difference between the final budget appropriation subject to cap and the cost of living adjustment when the difference is not appropriated as a part of the final budget. It is important to note the proposed budget schedule for introduction is $480,019.43 below the state mandated cap base of $45,812,341.43. The purpose of this ordinance to allow the township to carry cap balance for up to 2 years in accordance with the state statute, providing some level of flexibility for the township should local or state economic condition changes. Item number 5, 2020 Spring Recreation Program brochures. The 2020 Spring Recreation Program brochure is now available and included another exciting line of classes, program, events for residents of all ages. Online registration begins on Wednesday, February 12, 2020 at 6 p.m. For additional information, residents should contact the Department of Parks and Recreation at 732-721-5600, extension 4999, or visit Township website at oldbridge.com/recreation. Item number 6, Lincoln Birthday and President's Day holidays. On Wednesday, February 12, 2020, and Monday, February 17, 2020, all municipal offices will be closed for business in observation of Lincoln's birthday and President's Day holiday respectively. Item number 7, celebrating Black History Month. In celebration of Black History Month, the Old Bridge Public Library, in conjunction with Ms. June Dungy, Ms. Sylvia Wason, and Ms. Olga Lisin Lakat, will host 2 forums in February where they will celebrate various culture of African descent. One event was held held last evening at the second will be held on Sunday, February 16, 2020 at 1:30 p.m. The Old Bridge Public Library. For more information, please contact library at extension 5010. Council members, the library and Ms. Dungy has asked me to personally invite all the council members to attend the session on February 16th. Item number 8, CDBG, 5 years consolidated plan and the 2020 annual action plan. The Township of Old Bridge has initiated a plan for the fiscal year 2020 to 2024 Community Development Block Grant 5 years consolidated plan and 2020 annual action plan, which is funded by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. In addition, the township will be preparing an update to their analysis of impediment to fair housing. A public hearing to discuss and consider the township's this plan will be held on Thursday, February 20, 2020 at 3 p.m. in Conference Room 201, second floor of the Township Municipal Building, 1 Old Bridge Plaza, Old Bridge, New Jersey. Item number 9, Census 2020. The Constitution mandates that all people be counted every 10 years in a national census conducted by the United States Census Bureau. The goal of census is to provide quality data about our people and economy. New Jersey receives about $23 billion in federal funds each year, so every count is vital for proper state funding. In March, handouts will be provided to school, religious organization, and local businesses, and information will be on the township websites and on social media. In-person information session will be held at the Senior Center, Public Library, and Municipal Building, and an information session will air on OBTV in the coming months. All necessary information can be found on www.census.gov. I just want to alert council and all the citizens that census has been set up a table in the municipal complex during the court nights and currently during the tax collection period to offer an employment for census. And my understanding is the rates range from $15 to $20 an hour. So if anybody's interested in an employment with census, please visit the Township 1 Old Bridge Plaza on Tuesday during the daytime. And the person is there currently and accepting applications. Many people has already taken advantage of the employment offer. Number 10, full-day summer camp registration. The township before and after care program will open online registration for their full-day summer camp program. The Tiny Turtle Camp will register on March 10th. The Shark Camp will register on March 11th. The middle school will register on March 12th. Item 11, Mayor's second annual 5K and Kid Race Run for Our Heroes. On behalf of the Mayor and the Health and Wellness Council in a collaboration with All Around Old Bridge, we are pleased to announce Mayor's second annual Health and Wellness 5K and Kid Race, Run for Our Heroes. The race is scheduled for Saturday, March 28, 2020, with the kids' race begin at 8 a.m. and the 5K following 8:30 a.m. The Health and Wellness Fair will be set up in the library parking lot from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., so please be sure to visit all the local businesses and organizations who will be handing out giveaways, hosting varieties of activities. To register for 5K, please log on to oldbridge.com/events. This was a huge success last year. We had over 500 people participated, and it was one of the great events. So we hope to have the same or even better success this year. Item number 12, 2020 Junior Unity Tour. Also on Saturday, March 28, 2020, we are pleased to have the James A. McDivitt Elementary School host their 2020 Junior Unity Tour. The purpose of Junior Unity Tour team is to raise awareness of the law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. McDivitt is inviting all elementary students grade K to 5 to ride their bicycles to help raise money for National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial and Museum. For information and to register, please log on to oldbridge.com/events. That concludes my report.
Council President, I'd just like to add two items that I think are
Yes,
noted outside the boundaries of Old Bridge. I had the honor to attend an event where one of our Old Bridge residents was named Man of the Year by the United Poles of America, Mr. Adam Stepien from Central Park. It was really very impressive. There was Congress people there, there was state senators there, there was also quite a few other local elected officials who attended this event. And it's quite an honor for one of our residents. And the town Old Bridge was mentioned about 500 times that night, and we were outside Old Bridge. The second one is a family here in Old Bridge who has a special needs son, is being honored this year from an organization in Sayreville. The Sayreville BIC, for the first time, has gone out of their community to recognize a young man here in Old Bridge. I don't want to mention the family's name just yet. But will be holding a major event here in Old Bridge at the Grand Marquis, as they do every year, to recognize this young man and his family and raise money to make their life a little easier. I believe the house is in need of some renovations that would make it handicapped accessible. This young man is wheelchair bound. So I'm going to be extending invitations to the council to please join me at the Grand Marquis that day and make it even a special day, a more special day for that a person from Old Bridge being recognized from an organization from Sayreville. So thank you, council.
Anyone, any council member for a comment on the administrative report? If not, I'm sorry, Mr. Pasquetti?
Yes, did we hear anything about the school, what percentage they're going to increase the taxes this year?
I believe it was announced that there will be, their budget will be within the cap that is mandated by the state. So they're not exceeding their cap limits.
Okay, so we can expect about a 2% increase in the school tax?
I don't want to predict their ultimate rate, but it will be within that cap, so it can go up to 2%, yes.
Okay. And on the subcommittee meetings, you have February 19th, February 26th, which are Wednesdays, and then March 5th, a Thursday. That's on purpose?
Yes.
Okay.
We had council.
Okay, great. Looking forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? I'll take then a motion to accept.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rizzoli, second by Dr. Greenberg. Delli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soho?
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Next will be our,
This one is a question. What time is the budget meetings?
The workshop, budget workshop, it will be at 7 p.m.
Way that they can change it, because a couple of us are going to be at another meeting.
I'm
It's
sorry?
the MUA meeting, I think.
John, turn your microphone on.
Anita, is it the MUA meeting that night? Yes.
Which nights?
19th, is it?
19th? Okay. Well, certainly those has not been published. So what I'll do is I'll reach out to the staff and make sure we have staff available and we'll reschedule the 19th meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Next will be the budget introduction, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Council Presidents. In your package, the budget resolution is available. In my administrative report, I indicated that this is an introduction, so I have provided the information in that. I would request the council introduce budget tonight, and that we'll have a more detailed in workshop, as well as on March 16, we'll have a public hearing and announce the budget. So, but there are multiple resolution on a budget. There's an introduction of budget, and then there is resolution to read by title only, and that's permitted when we make copies of budget available. It will be available online, it will be available at the library and at the municipal building.
All right?
I request the council take and introduce the budget tonight.
Okay, so we'd like to make a motion.
I make a motion to
Second.
introduce the budget.
Okay. Dr. Greenberg, Bill, I made the motion. The second was Mr. Rizzoli, Mr. Pischetti?
Who was it?
Mr. Rizzoli.
Mrs. Brown?
No.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes,
7 yes, 2 no.
thank you. Next will be ordinances for second reading.
To read it by title.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, to read by title, I apologize. Calendar year 2020 budget read by title only at public hearing.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Rizzoli, second by Mr. Paschetti. Now we're going.
Mrs. Brown?
No.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes,
7 yes, 2 no.
thank you. Next is ordinances for second reading. Ordinance number 2020-01, an ordinance of the Township of Old Bridge extinguishing certain easements in regard to Block 5001, lots 13.16 and 13.17, AKA Manzo Old Bridge Properties LLC. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Mr. Paschetti.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Got to go to public first.
Yes.
Pischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to be heard on that? No. Okay. Next is ordinance number 2020-02, an ordinance fixing the salaries of certain officers and employees of the Township of Old Bridge for calendar year 2020 and 2021.
Move it.
Second.
Anyone from the public wish to be heard on this second reading ordinance? Seeing no hands, I will close the public. It was moved by Mr. Pischetti, and Mr. Rizzoli was the second.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
And Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no.
Ordinance number 2020-03, amending the code of the Township of Old Bridge, specifically Article 8, Daycare Program, Section 160-30, fees for before and after school care, a daycare program, and Section 160-32, Summer Recess Program.
Move it.
Anyone here in the public wish to be heard? Mr. Paschetti moved it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Walker is the second.
Question.
Yes.
I'm going over these numbers,
Bless you.
and
I don't know.
it seems the less you use it, the less per hour you pay. I'm wondering why. Why they're not paying the same amount per hour.
Your hourly rate changes obviously on the amount that you use us. If you use us more, your rate should be less, and that's what it should say on the form that I gave you on the hourly rate that I gave out last meeting, and I know you missed last meeting, so I just dropped that off to you now. But if you look at our fees when it goes across for our elementary school aftercare program, if you do 5 days a week, you're paying more because you're using it 5 days before care and 5 days after care. So, obviously, when you're doing before care and after care, there's a snack involved in aftercare, and if you're there for 5 days, then our employees also need to be there for that time.
That's the answer.
That's good?
Yeah, I just was wondering why there was, a discrepancy in amount.
Nope, and there was one more thing that I added last meeting, Councilman. We did a look around at South Amboy, East Brunswick, and Marlboro, and even when we get to 2024, our rate will still be cheaper for 5 days before care and after care than what South Amboy and Marlboro charge this day in 2020. We know it's not an easy lift for a lot of families, but it is a program that we have about 700 kids enrolled in during the school year and a little bit over 500 in the summer. Previous to last April, we were not subject to minimum wage. We were exempt as a municipality. However, that has changed. Some of our other fees that we incur for before care and after care, we pay for school security at all of our sites, as well as a certain percentage of the janitorial services provided during our program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercurio. Are you through, Mr. Murphy? Mr. Merwin?
Yeah, no, that was my only question.
Open it to the public.
Does anyone in the public wish to be heard? Seeing no hands, we'll close public portion.
Mrs. Brown?
Always covered.
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg? Yes. Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes.
Next will be ordinances for first reading, revising Old Bridge Township Code, Chapter 457, entitled Trees and Invasive Species.
Table it.
Second.
Tabled by Dr. Greenberg, second by Mrs. Walker.
Okay, to table, Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
This is the table? Okay.
This is to table.
Thank you, very good.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg? Yes. Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes to table.
Ordinance to establish the municipal budget appropriation limits and a cap bank, NJSA 40A 4-45.14 for the calendar year 2020.
Move it. Second.
Moved by Dr. Greenberg Belli, second by Mr. Pasquetti.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes.
Bond ordinance for 2020, various capital improvements.
Move it.
Second.
Mr. Pasquetti, Dr. Greenberg Belli.
Mrs. Brown?
No.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg? Yes. Mr. Merwin?
No, can anybody tell me where it's at?
On the backup.
I'm sorry. It should be under the section first reading online. I mean, they're attached, the entire copy of the ordinance.
Yeah, I just got my computer back,
Okay.
so I had not a chance to review.
Well, there's going to be public hearing.
First reading, the third one.
No.
No? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
7 yes, 2 no.
Bond ordinance for 2020, various arena improvements.
Move it.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Walker, second by Mr. Pasquetti.
Mrs. Brown?
No.
Mr. De Palma?
Abstain.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes. Next will be oh, I'm sorry.
6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
Right. Okay, so instead, the discussion ordinance number 3, ordinance of the Township of Old Bridge, New Jersey, revising Chapter 527 of the Township Code entitled Wreckers and Towing, which was brought up to first reading last week, correct?
Last meeting.
Yeah, last meeting, I'm sorry, last meeting.
I'll move it.
No, streets and sidewalk. No, this is a streets and sidewalk.
No,
This is-
no, no. This is first reading. At the last meeting, the
Right.
towing and wrecking was discussed, and at that point, it was said it'd be listed first reading, not discussion. So we're finishing up the first reading, then we'll get into the discussion
Exactly.
ordinances, okay?
All right? Okay, so we're moving
So right now, we're doing the
first reading, first reading.
DO3, which is the Chapter 527. I think the captain's here. Huh? I know that.
No, no.
That's, they just realized that. The captain's here, I believe. You can come forward, and we'll do the first reading on that, and then we'll get into the discussion ordinances.
Got that? First reading tonight.
Good evening.
For the record, Captain?
I sit down? Yeah, here.
Much more fun.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the ordinance for towing, the police department is looking to amend, is it on? We're looking to amend the ordinance to reflect an increase in rates in respect to our towing companies in the Township of Old Bridge. The state has passed new legislation in reference to predatory towing, and they've put caps on the amount that a towing service can charge for certain fees. When looking at our ordinance, we realized that the things that they can't charge for, the things that they can charge for were not listed. Part of the new law is in order for them to be able to charge these appropriate fees for equipment and manpower, it has to be specifically listed in our township ordinance. So with a lot of research encompassing the state police, their policies, towns that represent, in comparison, our size and demographic, we came up with a pretty comprehensive policy ordinance change in reference to what we want to get amended. If you have questions, I'm here.
One on my left have questions for the captain?
I mean, this was all put together without the wreckers. I mean, how come we haven't sat down with them and put it together? And, because, I mean, they got 100 questions, and it would have been easier if it had been done before it got to us.
Well, I don't know if it would have been easier. We have, I think there's like 16 or 17 services in town. We'd have 16 or 17 different opinions on it. Again, the research I did encompassed the state police policy, towns in our area, towns we border, towns a little further away, with our same size, population, so on and so forth. It's a pretty comprehensive ordinance change.
And the only thing I see is we don't have a limit on it. I mean, I think we got too many now, but,
A limit on how many?
yeah.
Well, actually, we kind of did something that would, like through attrition, would limit it. Also, our response times we've shortened, so.
Is the
you know,
number in there? I mean.
The number's not in there, no.
No, then how did we address it if we don't have the number in there?
There was never a number before. We never had a limit on it. It's whoever could apply, whoever met our criteria, whoever could meet our response times.
And
That's how we
where it
limited
got
it.
us. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I just think there should be a number, a set number, that says, hey, and if we're over it, like you said, through attrition, we get rid of them.
Right, well, that would be up to council, if you want to set a cap on who can sign up and who cannot.
We don't think that it'd be to advantage to limit the pool. I mean, Kenny,
And
right.
From a legal perspective,
we have
you
a problem.
You can't put a number on it. It has to be made available, and the whole idea, obviously, is so that for a long time, people who had connections got these towing jobs, and as a result, there were issues. So it's an open process. You can have as many on the list as you want, and the way that the state views it is, obviously, if you have 20 people and they get one call a year, they may decide it's not worth my time and effort to participate. So they drop off naturally. But if they stay in, they stay in. So it's an open process. I will tell you that the new ordinance does put a new condition, and this is prospectively, not retro. So anybody who was on the list for 2019, any licensee who had been approved, as long as they continually remain on our towing list, this does not apply. And when I say this, what we are seeking to do is require any new applicants, licensees, to have a storage facility or a base of operation in Old Bridge Township. And that's really for enforcement purposes, so that our police department doesn't have to travel out of jurisdiction and get into issues in another jurisdiction, becomes a problem enforcing that. So this way, the thought was over time, that hopefully most of the towers would be in town. But for instance, somebody who has been on the list who may be located a mile outside in Spotswood or one of these other local communities, we didn't want to, and quite frankly, I don't think it'd be legal to exclude them. So we're going prospectively only and grandfathering in all those that have been on the list as licensees for 2019 forward, as long as they maintain that status continually. If they break the chain, then the new law would apply to them. It's what most people consider grandfather.
But you're giving us the legal opinion that we can't put a limit on it?
Correct. Frankly, we were in litigation on that, I want to say about, it might be 3 years ago now, where we were able to resolve that. The State Towing Association filed a complaint in Superior Court, and I was able to discuss the issues with counsel who represented them and resolve those issues, and the lawsuit was dismissed. So, yes, that would be my legal opinion.
Mr. Merwin, are you through? Okay. Anyone else on my left for a question for the captain? Anyone on my right? Mr. Paschetti.
Captain Fritz, thank you very much for your hard work. I saw there was a lot of effort to go into modifying that ordinance. Good job. When we have X amount of towing companies, is this like a rotation where they just get called, like go down the list, and then it starts over again? Is that how that
There's a
works?
rotational list that police department maintains. We would call a service. If they can answer the call, they come out. If they refuse the call or don't answer the call, we go to the next person on the list, charging the one before that for a refusal or unavailable. And we
Okay.
just keep rotating.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Now, it's important to realize that this only applies to the township roads that we would call these private homeowners associations that have towing. This has nothing to do with that. They're allowed to get whoever they want to tow their vehicles off township, not on township roads or property.
All right. Anyone else have a question? No? Seeing no hands, then for a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Mr. Paschetti, second by Mr. Rizzoli. And thank you, Captain Fritz. Thank you.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Paschetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no.
Thank you very much. Have a
Thanks
good
again,
evening.
Captain.
Yes, now we're into the discussion ordinances. DO1, updating Old Bridge Township Code, Chapter 435, entitled Streets and Sidewalks, Article 4, Excavations. Good evening again, Mrs. Shapiro and Mr. Harris.
Council, this is Township Code, Chapter 435, entitled Streets and Sidewalk. Article 4, excavation, is what governs our street opening permits. Basically, the submission, the review, the submittal, and the approval of our road opening permits currently go to the engineering department. The way this section or this chapter of our code is written, it's the Director of Public Works who then obtains and approves and goes through the whole process. It's a bit confusing to the public because their first stop is to the Public Works building instead of to the engineering department. We're only looking to do some housekeeping here, and since I think it's a little bit less than 20 years, it's been coming to the engineering department. However, Mr. Harris actually signs off on the permit before it even comes into our office. So it's only sort of an administrative check. The check really occurs in the engineering department. So you'll notice that in the document itself, I was striking through Director of Public Works, and I was writing Township Engineer, since we're just trying to match our daily operations. The only other change in this chapter of our code is under Section 435-32, which is actually a new section, and that's street pavement moratorium. We currently don't have a moratorium on our roadways in town. If they get paved, there's nothing stopping a developer the next day from cutting up that roadway. What we encourage in the engineering department is sort of like an unwritten 5-year moratorium. I'm just putting it in writing now because should a developer come and, construct a development and tie into the existing system within our roadway, then we're left with sort of a patchwork quilt, especially when we're trying to make our investment in our town last as long as it can. I'm asking that you look favorably on me adding a moratorium of 5 years. There is a caveat. It does say the township engineer may grant exemptions to the prohibition in order to facilitate development on adjacent properties, provide for emergency repairs to subsurface facilities, provide for underground service connection to adjacent properties, or to allow the upgrading of underground utility facilities. So certainly, we would never hold any of our residents, or strong-arm them to say, well, you have to wait 5 years. Certainly for any utility connections, we would allow it. But it's just for the bigger developers that come in and kind of want to create that and not, pay full width of the roadway in front of their property. The ordinance has been attached to the Novus system, along with the memo that sort of details briefly what I've just talked about tonight. I ask if the council should look favorably on the amendments to this, and certainly Mr. Harris is available for any questions. I would ask that it be moved to first reading for tonight.
Now, anyone on my left have any comments or questions for Mrs. Shapiro, Mr. Harris? Anyone on my right have any questions or concerns? Mr. Pischetti.
Yes, on that moratorium. So let's say we just finished paving the road, and there's a property owner that wants to build on his property, and everything gets approved and everything. What if they're going to tear up the road? Would you give them the option to be able to repave it?
Well, technically, part of the review process when somebody comes in for a road opening permit is, are we going to do work on that roadway coming up? And if we see that they're going to do work and it's going to be substantial, we actually hold off our paving until they're complete. If we see a lot of activities, especially some single-family homes, some rebuilds. So we try and avoid that scenario. But should they come in, we would then require them to do either the center line of the roadway. We wouldn't just, right now we would require them to do a 3x3, trench box in the middle of the roadway, depending on what it is that they're opening the road for. we would sometimes then widen that box 7 feet in width, and we'd probably make them go to the center line of the roadway. This way, when you're traveling along the road, if it's one lane in each direction, you don't have your wheel well on the trench line.
Right.
Instead, you're just straddling over perpendicular to it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else have a comment or a question? I'll take a motion to bring it to first.
Move it.
First,
Wait, well, I'm sorry, first, yeah, I forgot it's you. No, Mark. Mark goes the other way. Okay, first, we're going to take it, we're going to vote on a motion to take
Motion to
it.
move it to first reading.
Yep,
First reading.
yep,
Second.
Second.
yeah,
Bless you.
So it was moved to first
yeah,
reading.
yes,
It's a motion to move it first reading.
yep, motion to move it to first reading, then we have to do,
Right,
yep.
okay. Mrs. Brown, to move to first reading?
Not here.
Oh, okay. Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
And Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes,
7 yes,
to move it to first
1
reading.
no, to move to first reading.
Now we'll vote,
Make a motion.
yep,
Make a motion to move
Already moved it.
first reading.
okay.
Second.
Dr. Greenberg Belli for first reading now, and then Mr. Pescetti was the second on it.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
And Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin? Yes. Okay. Mr. Murphy?
No.
Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
7 yes, 1 no.
Next is an ordinance of the Township of Old Bridge, amending Chapter 250-78 of the Code of the Township of Old Bridge, entitled Stormwater Management Land Development Ordinance. Welcome back. Good evening, Ian.
Good evening. Council President, Council, I'm joined by our Township Planner, Vina Sawant, who actually prepared the amendment to our Stormwater Management, Section 250-78, which falls under our Land Use Ordinance. I had asked Ms. Sawant to look at this Stormwater Ordinance because in front of our Planning and Zoning Board, when we get applications, developers tend to, especially when they're building a residential development, want us to take over the detention basin. Currently, in this section, there is a caveat that a developer can make that request, and based on a fee per residential unit, we would then be required to take it over. Currently, as an example, there's an application in front of our zoning board, and I believe it's probably about 12 single-family homes. It is a cul-de-sac road off of Gordon Road. The developer has asked, and if I was to follow this ordinance to the T, their contribution would be something like $20,000. And then we would then take over this basin and the maintenance of this basin for the next how many years? What I had done during that meeting is I had made them aware that we are here in front of council to eliminate this portion, to not have the developer put that burden on our town. There's 2 reasons. If you notice, Ms. Sawant had crossed out a couple of words starting on the second page, and that word is detention basin. And what we replaced it with was stormwater management facility. And that stormwater management facility is not just a detention basin. A detention basin typically is an above-ground sort of bathtub that is vegetative, which you can easily cut the grass and maintain an outlet structure with a trash rack, and it's very easy to maintain. However, there are many things that now DEP requires, especially for water quality. And that, without going into too much detail, requires some sort of basin where you have removal of total suspended solids, particles. That takes a lot to maintain, something that our Department of Public Works doesn't have the expertise to do. And then we would have to go to an outside service to come maintain upgrade, change cartridges within these units. This ordinance never contemplated that type of maintenance. That's why the dollar amount is so low. So first, Ms. Sawant and myself started thinking, do we then increase the fees? Or do we just eliminate it altogether? Because it is so specialized, the maintenance of some of these facilities, especially when they become underground. This doesn't come up in commercial development because the commercial development maintains it themselves. We would never maintain for commercial development. So it's only with these residential dwellings, usually single-family homes. So the changes on for tonight is basically just saying either the developer or created HOA would then maintain these facilities, and we would be removing then the caveat of making it public, and we would be removing the caveat of having a price per dwelling on us accepting it. With that said, the majority of the remainder of this section of the ordinance just gets strike through and removed, and a simple paragraph that Ms. Sawant had placed in there saying that the developer or the homeowners association created for the residential development, the aforesaid obligation of maintenance shall be required by the approving board to be memorialized and recorded as a deed restriction on the lot involved. No such facility shall be modified or eliminated following issuance of the initial certificate of occupancy unless the Township of Old Bridge permits such modification or elimination, which shall be approved by the township engineer and the planning or zoning board. And that's because these basins are designed and reviewed during that planning board and zoning board stage. Any modification would then mean the storage in those basins would then be modified, and that would have to be re-reviewed by the engineer, by the township engineer, whoever that may be, if it's me at the time. And that's the only caveat that we're leaving in there. And it should be within the deed, that deed restriction on that lot should be recorded. So those are the only changes. I mean, Ms. Sawant is available for any questions, should council have any, and myself.
Anyone? Anybody left a question for Mrs. Shapiro? Mr. De Palma?
So with the developer or the homeowner, is there a time frame, or it's just for as long as that dwelling or development is around?
It would be for as long as the development is around.
Okay.
And the same with us, you know, if we were to maintain these basins, it's for however long the development is around. For an example, that development that I had just said with the 12 single-family homes, when Mr. Want and I were at the zoning board meeting the other day, I gave that sticker shock to the developer. I said, you know, the cost would be based on his construction cost to me. I said, without seeing your construction cost and knowing the maintenance of this manufactured treatment device and your detention basin, and it's above ground, we're looking at $100,000 of your development to be contributing to this. So although our ordinance currently says 20, I said it doesn't contemplate these manufactured treatment devices, and I would ask the developer to contribute something like $100,000 without knowing their construction cost yet. So that number doesn't get finalized until later on. It's too late for that development, but I'm trying not to make it too late for future developments.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else on my left for a question? On my right, Mr. Pescetti?
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the work that you do to revise our ordinances to get up to date. I know it's a lot of work. You're spending a lot of time, so kudos. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, then I'll ask for a motion to move it out of first reading.
Second.
Out to first reading.
Move it up to first reading.
Yep, move it up to first reading.
Mark moved.
Mark, Mr. Rizzoli, and Dr. Greenberg Belli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Did you say yes? Okay. Mr. Murphy?
No.
Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Solon?
Yes. Okay, now we'll have a motion.
Move it.
Yes, 1 no.
Okay, who made the motion?
I did.
Okay, Mr. Pischetti, and Mr. Rizzoli was the second to bring it now. First reading?
And Mr. Piscati?
Yeah, Mr. Pischetti. Yes, please.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Mr. Piscati?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies. Have a good evening. Yeah, we're going to bring it out to the public now. Okay. Next is our consent agenda. I need a motion first and a second, and then I'll bring it out to the public.
Second.
Who was the first?
Tony Piscani.
Okay, Tony. Tony Pischetti was first. Dr. Greenberg. Yeah, and then I'm going to ask for separations. Okay, anyone have a separation on the council? Anyone on council?
Yes, what, separations? Number 3 for abstention only.
Okay,
Number 4,
okay,
number 7, and 17.
and what, I'm sorry, 4, 7?
17.
Okay,
3, 4, 7, 17.
all right,
You gotta
Yep.
abstain from it.
all right. Anyone else on my left for separations? And on my right? Okay,
The balance.
yep.
This for the balance.
Move the
Mrs. Brown?
balance.
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg? Yes. Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Piscati?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes for the balance.
Okay, number C3, Mr. Merwin. Oh, anyone else on C3? No, okay.
I need a motion.
Motion?
Move it.
Second.
Mr. Rizzoli, Dr. Greenberg, Belli.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Public.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Piscati?
Supposed to go to public first, right? Public? Should go
Council
to
President, the
public.
ones that you're voting on were never open to the public?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Walker?
He told me to do
Yes.
these and then separate it
President
out.
Soha?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention.
Right. Yep, okay. C4, Mr. Merwin? You have a question?
Go through this again this year. What is the license that we're issuing?
The Raceway Park, they have this license every year. It's their annual license.
Again, what is this license that we are issuing? Is this a pet shop license? Is this a gas station license? What is this license? What is
They
it
are
for?
considered Old Bridge Township Raceway Park, and they do have some races up there.
What is the license for? We go through this every year, nobody can tell me, what is this license for? Is this a broad blanket license that lets them do anything they want? Is this a license that just says, you can do this?
I
It's
think
in the
if you look at it,
resolution.
item number 2 in the resolution, it's about the racing.
Then is it a racing light? That's what I'm asking.
It's in the resolution. It's the same, it's the same
Again, I just
resolution
got my
every
computer
year.
today, so I didn't get a chance to review all of this. All right, but we went through this last year, so you would have thought the answer would have been here. You know,
It is, it's in the resolution.
it's for racing. Racing only.
No.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Anything else, Mr. Merwin? Do you have another question, or are you through?
Well, are you satisfied with that answer? Does this license allow them to do whatever they want?
No, they, for special events.
What does it allow them to do? That's the question I'm asking. What does
Let me read
this
the
license
resolution.
allow them to do?
All right, 1 minute, she's going to read it for
Thank
you,
you.
okay? All right.
Okay. This resolution is for them to be able to have racing. No unmuffled motors will begin prior to 10 a.m., and that unmuffled racing will cease at 10 p.m. with the exception of 3 special events, each one in July, August, and September.
So
Now,
every-
during the year, they do come back to us for special approval of different mass assemblies or different types of runs and
Every-
things like that. But this is
Everything
basically,
besides racing,
can I finish? This is basically the racing itself.
everything but racing should be coming back to this council then, right? Everything. That's for racing, you're telling me, right?
No, everything does not come back to us. Huge events come back to us, but they are open, they have a license, they can have events, they don't have to come back to us for
License to have
everything.
what kind of event?
Mr. Merwin, I can't name every single event that they have because they don't come to us for every single event that they have. So I couldn't begin to tell you every single event they have.
Basically, they were going to be a scrapyard or a junkyard.
But that's-
They can't do that, right? That permit does not cover that.
I don't know
But
anything
that's a
about
separate
that.
part of the, that's a separate part of the
I
problem.
make a motion, we table this.
I'll second the table. And at the next meeting, we'll know all these answers.
Mrs. Brown? This is to table. Mrs. Brown?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. De Palma?
No.
Dr. Greenberg?
No.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Pescetti?
No.
Mr. Rizzoli?
No.
Mrs. Walker?
No.
President Soha?
No.
3 yes to table and 6 no.
Okay.
Table failed.
Like to move it?
I want the clerk to put on the record exactly what this license is for.
Just read it to you, Dave.
I just.
Oh, she did not read
No,
it.
she didn't.
No, she did not.
We have to know what it's for. That's important. We can't
They
vote on
had-
something that we don't know what it's for.
Okay, that's your opinion, that's fine.
What if they decide to have something else without letting us know? What happens? Look, I'm not playing politics here. I'm playing what it should be. We have to know, what if they decide they were going to be a scrapyard? What if they decide to do that? She said they don't have to come back to us. Is that wrong?
They
Yeah,
don't-
I'm sorry for getting upset, but you
They
know.
don't have to come back to
What's right
us
is
for
right.
certain events.
Okay,
has nothing
why
to do
don't they
with
have to come back to
scrapyard.
us for certain events?
Council
The
President,
mass
why
assemblies.
don't you approve with the condition that this is an approval for their raceway events, and then we'll discuss with them and bring together the list.
Is that
Okay.
suitable?
So they have to come back to us for any event they want to do other
We'll
than
we'll
what's
come back
there?
with a detail of what other services that they
involves.
perform, that they don't
Okay,
need
I
our
don't know.
license.
I have no problem with
Well,
that.
there's a reason I'm asking is because, everybody was concerned about the mass assembly ordinance prior to the election. But it seems that everybody's forgotten about that since then. It's been in legal for 3 months, all right? Legal has done nothing with it. And I want to make sure that none of those things that are supposed to be covered under that aren't getting by us.
Okay, we pass tonight the raceway-related approval, and then we'll pass another one next meeting for everything else.
Well, then let's
I
make
think,
sure all of that's on the record when we vote
I
on it.
think this has been, excuse me,
Wait.
I think this has been customary. We pass this for their routine races that they do, not their mass assembly, the mud run, all these other
Mudders.
things they have, if they have a concert or anything else. They have to come back to us for a special permit for that. That has been my understanding, that I've lived in this town 27 years, and that's how it's always been.
That's not what the clerk said. They don't have to come back to us for mass assembly. Isn't that what you said?
No.
No,
Yes.
that's not what she
Come back
said.
for each mass assembly
Right, as each
that they have
event
to have
comes down
done.
the
As
line.
each event comes down, they come back to us.
So I agree with Mr. Shah. So what you want to do is racing and 3 events only, and then next week, maybe we'll come up with a name for that.
Next meeting, we'll provide you the list of other events if they need any permits. And if they need it, we'll pass another resolution.
Okay, but it would have been smarter to just table it, but that's all I wanted to say.
Did you have something?
Yeah, just a point of clarification for this. So this is specifically for the racing, the 3 events, and then it also goes into the unmuffled racing prior to 10 and then after 10 o'clock, right? So it's all the racing events in the course of running a racetrack, and then also within there is the limitations of when they can do the unmuffled racing?
Here's my problem with the racing.
Unmuffled racing is the timing limitation. Yes.
Oh, no, that's what I meant, the 10 a.m., you
Yes.
can't do it before 10 or after 10 p.m. Okay, thank you.
Here's my problem with the racing, is they're utilizing that portion of the track as a junkyard. Whatever you want to call it, a junkyard, a salvage yard, whatever, an insurance salvage yard. That's what they're utilizing it as. So the racing is no longer the racing as it was for the last 27 years. All right? There is no NHRA that comes there anymore. All right, you have motorcycle things, you have a bank track, which is not a separate part from the regular track. That's why I'm trying to find out what this is for. All right, because they're not doing the NHRA events that they did for all those years. It's a junkyard. That's what it is. And that's why I'm asking these questions.
Make a motion to move it.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to make a motion to move it.
Yes, okay, who's going to make? I have to take it to the public first. Okay, anyone from the public wish to be heard on this? Seeing no hands, close the public portion. I will now ask for a motion
Make a motion.
Second.
to approve it. Mr. Pescetti and Mrs. Walker, correct? Okay.
Can the motion be read, please?
Pescetti and Walker.
Okay, you want the C4 to be read out loud? A renewal of all...
I'd like it read out loud.
Renewal of...
What I'm voting.
Renewal of Old Bridge Township Raceway Park Incorporated, annual license renewal for 2020.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Mr. Greenberg, Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
For the racing only.
Yes, no? Was that a yes or no?
Yes, for the racing only.
Mr. Murphy?
I'm voting yes for what it says in the resolution
Mr.
and
Pescetti?
racing only.
Mr. Pescetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes. And just for the
9
record,
yes.
Mr. Merwin, I spoke to Mr. Rizzoli yesterday, and he assured me that he has something for us. He will be here next week or the week after he's away, and he will have the mass assembly ordinance for us to look at.
7.
Okay? Next will be C7, Mr. Merwin.
Yes, the domestic violence policy, there's supposed to be a copy of it attached here too.
Do you have it on there? Okay, so... Yeah, it's here in the computer.
Working? Can you open it up,
Is it
Mr.
working?
Merwin?
I have it open, the policy is not there. It says the policy shall be attached. It's a state policy. It's not our policy, it's a state policy.
I don't have the computer.
Councilman, our HR manager, Avril, will explain the purpose of these resolutions.
Good evening, Council. Councilman Merwin, the state has mandated that all public employers adopt a domestic violence policy. And it's to encourage employees who are victims of domestic violence or have been impacted by domestic violence to be able to seek assistance from their HRO. The state provides the training and everything for the HRO, but it's a state mandate, and so as public employees, we have to have an ordinance for it.
Right, and we have to distribute it.
Yes, and we'll distribute it and have employees acknowledge receipt of it.
Okay.
Okay?
Are you through, Mr. Merwin?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the policy, that's all. I mean, it said it would be attached, it's not attached. That's all.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? I'll take it out to the public. Anyone have a question from the public on this item? Seeing no hands, I'll close the public portion and ask for a motion.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Paschetti, second by Mrs. Walker.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
And Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Paschetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soho?
Yes.
9 yes.
Next will be C-17, Mr. Merwin.
Yes, as you can see from the audience, there seems to be some concerns in reference to the puppy mills, and I'm sure that they would love to expound upon it further. So that's why I withdrew it, so that the public could speak upon it.
What you should do is somehow organize it how you want to do it.
Well,
Okay,
do
so-
it by row, do it.
Yeah, I would, and I would start in the back and work your way forward, and then do the same thing.
Right,
so
right and
everybody
left.
gets in.
Okay.
Do the right side first. and then the
Okay,
left side.
yeah. In order to keep some, some order and have everyone assured they're going to be able to have a time to speak, I'd like to try to organize it a little bit so that, we take the time and we listen to everyone. So I'd like to start with the right side and all the way, the last row in the back, and then people moving forward to come up to speak. So if you're in the back row, the last row, anyone would like to come up and be heard, you can come up now, please. Okay, then if not, then the following row, okay? Thank you.
How many minutes are we going?
3 minutes.
3. Okay, good evening. If you could just state your name, thank you.
The mic has to be on.
Yes, sir, just
Mike
start your
has-
mic so we can hear you.
Is it on? It's on.
Is it on? Thank you.
Yes,
Very
now we
good.
can- Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles Gatzik. I'm here tonight to talk a little bit about a couple things. One is, I'm very upset that when we all came in here, that the township clerk was stating to each and every one of us that we should not sign the list to speak.
Your time up.
I'm happy to use my time. Thank you very much. And I'm very upset. I
Well,
don't
I
really see,
apologize for
I'm
that.
sorry,
That's what I was
I
told.
apologize. It's my time. Thank you. You're allowed to speak during your portion. And what we have here is a direct effort, in my mind, to circumvent our free speech. The same way when we approached the township about coming here to speak and utilize projection equipment, what we got back, first we got 2 no responses. Finally, we CC'd the mayor and council. And then they came back to us and said, well, sir, it would take all night if that was what we were going to do. No one asked for an extension of time. We've just been given I really don't know what the right word is. It just really calls into question what's going on behind the scenes. And to add to that, I'd like to hand this handout out. I called up the township after making someone in my group made multiple requests via Oprah for permits, for other access, other documents, application documents. Each one of those was returned with, "We can't find anything, sir. We can't find anything, ma'am." We made 4 separate Oprah requests. Those requests, after I called up Mr. Reardon in the building department, he said, "I responded to the clerk. I told her the deputy clerk, that I responded to her and told her that certain things were not there and that certain things were there, but that we may not be entitled to them, such as plans. In the course of that discussion, I wanted to know why. Why is this that the clerk would write us back in writing clearly and state that there are no plans? I approached the clerk about this. That would be Gretchen, the deputy clerk. Thank you, I apologize. And the deputy clerk informed me that, oh, she read it wrong. Well, it's possible maybe she's been reading them all wrong, every Oprah request that she's ever got. That's a possibility too, but when we're asked to be strictly compliant with our request and to ask for specific documents, we should have the expectation that the deputy clerk who's been trained should provide those documents, or if you go to the GRC and you look, that's the Government Records Council, and you look at the process, it says top 10 mistakes that a records clerk can make. Number one is not aggregating the request. 4 requests for these types of documents, and this clerk could not take 2 moments to get back to us and say, sir, you're looking for something, and maybe here's a little way that this is what you should be asking for. That's GRC. I called them up. Maybe we're going to file a complaint. We're going to make that decision. Well, in the course of that process, first, let's go back to Mr. Reardon. I asked him if, I said we looked at the meeting last month, and clearly the pet store owners made a statement on the public record saying that they are under construction. Look it up. It's on the public record from last month. They also stated on the record that they're selling dogs, puppies and kittens on the public record. So each of the statements that were made in error. I'd like to enter into the record the fact that I went out and I looked and I saw that there is ongoing construction.
Your time is up.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sure the next person will continue this thought process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, whoever was next that wanted to speak in the back rows? Yeah, no, we do.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. All right, so not to interrupt you, everyone in the back row that wanted to speak has spoken, so now it's the next row. I just want to make sure I get to everybody.
Probably going to break this thing, I apologize.
You want to sit instead, it's up to you.
No, that's fine.
Well, you could take it off, off.
Okay.
Take it off the stand and just hold it.
Thank you, I'm okay, as long as you can hear me.
Oh,
My name is Sherry Wexler, I'm a resident of Old Bridge. I would like to continue what Mr. Gatzik was saying. As I hand it in front of you, you're going to see a photo of the site for the Petland store. As you can see, there was a concerned citizen that went and took that photo because there were no permits displayed. And after it was said at the council meeting that it was under construction and there were no permits, as you can see, that photo was taken. There was clearly work done. There was demolition, there was wiring, there was walls erected, and every other thing which you can see there. This was all done without permits. As a resident, I ask you, if you believe that this is going to be an ethical business, which my colleagues are going to speak to the fact that Petland is not, if they're already doing work and violating the law without permits, it's not going to get any better. It's a sign of things to come. It's not going to be good for our town. I look at you before me and your mothers and daughters and educated people, professional people, veterinarians. I've heard you speak. We're all humans. We're all the same people. I'm just like you. No one's better than anybody else. Excuse me, I have a cold. I ask you, puppy mills are inhumane. No responsible breeder would sell to a pet store ever, and you're going to be presented with more evidence on that. Petland is a horrible company with deceptive business practices, consumer complaints, dead puppies, sick puppies, many violations which you have all been received in your email and you're going to hear about tonight. I don't want that in my town. As a voter, taxpayer, and your constituent, I ask you, please do the right thing. Please do what 341 other municipalities have done. They're not doing it to look good. They're not doing it for any other reason. They're doing it because it's the right thing to move us forward and not backward. And I would ask you to join the 140 of them which are in New Jersey. Some of them right here in Marlborough, Manalapan, Holmdel, Mattawan, East Brunswick, Sayreville, South Amboy. All of these councils understand, and they don't allow this cruelty in our town. I ask you to stand on the side of good, not evil, and please pass an ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the back rows? I'm just coming down the rows so I could get to everyone, okay? Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I just want to introduce myself and my partner. I'm Cynthia Kester. This is Troy Marshall. We are homeowners in Old Bridge, taxpayers, voters, and consumers. And in short, I'm very upset at the poor decision that could possibly happen by allowing this shop to open. Very inhumane. I hope you all do your research, your homework. It hits home with me as an animal lover, but mostly as a consumer here. I just want you to know that I will be very upset with everybody here if this happens to go through and this shop does open. I think it would be a poor decision. As a consumer, I will stand firm and I will not shop in Old Bridge. I will take my business to towns outside of here, and I stand firm on that. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else in that row or the row in front of it? Not on the right side first. I'm just, this way you'll all get to speak. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Weber from Aberdeen. I volunteer with Pet Adoption Network and a couple other rescue organizations that serve Old Bridge and surrounding towns. We work tirelessly to help homeless pets, reduce the burden on municipal shelters, and assist residents in the process. On a weekly basis, we receive calls from people with designer dogs and purebreds looking to get rid of them. So yes, breeders and pet stores do negatively impact pet homelessness. There are countless reasons for the council to support an ordinance banning the sale of cats and dogs, most of which you've already heard tonight and will continue to or have heard at last month's meeting. But a resolution just won't be enough. What difference will a position statement make? Would you issue a position statement saying that it's important to be kind to others and not to hurt them, or would you put it into action? Actions are what matter, not words. 140 New Jersey towns have already passed this kind of ordinance, and they didn't do so on a whim. The decisions were thoughtful, well-educated, and deliberated with the residents' interests in mind. The decisions were guided by the understanding that the most humane option here is also in the best interest of constituents and consumers, and not a corporation that makes use of the cruelty of puppy mills. If you allow the retail sale of cats and dogs within your town, especially from a company with such a poor reputation for animal cruelty, consumer deception, and risks to consumer health, you are inviting a slew of unfavorable attention and scrutiny. I cannot understand why Old Bridge would want to take such a risk. Please pass an ordinance as soon as possible and allow the store to open up while collaborating with rescue groups. It's a win-win for everybody. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else in that row that wishes to speak? The following row then, the one in front of that row, anyone in that row want to speak? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Justina Hill. I'm also an Old Bridge resident. I moved here in 2014, and since then have been volunteering multiple animal rescue groups. You're going to hear from a lot of my colleagues, and you already did, in regards to the thousands and millions of dogs and cats that get put to sleep every year, purebreds, all different kinds. And you know, the thing with puppy stores or dog stores, think about, I'm sure all of you have walked into a puppy store at some point in your life. What feeling do you get when you walk in there? Joy or sadness? I feel sadness, because you see these puppies behind bars, and all you want to do is get them out. And all you want to do is play with them and take them home. And some of us do, and that's an impulse buy. That's not a logical, planned purchase. If you really want a golden retriever, you're going to do your research. You're going to go online, and we have the internet now, and you're going to pick your own breeder by maybe friend recommendations, by reviews, and we don't need a store to make that choice for us and then pay them to do it. Again, there's a lot of many other reasons I can tell you from the rescue world of reasons you shouldn't purchase a dog from a puppy store, but that'll take a lot longer than my 3 minutes. But I do want to say also that the majority of shelters get full with dogs between 1 and 2 years old because they're no longer cute small puppies. They've grown and they are a lot to handle. And your Old Bridge shelter might only have 1 or 2 dogs right now, but in a year or 2, if the store opens, it'll be full. Thank you.
Next, anyone else in that row, or, yes, okay. Good evening.
Hi, how are you? I don't want to touch it because everybody's sick. My name is Michelle Totillo. I'm from Manalapan. I'm a local resident, and people are flooding Facebook with all of these claims about puppy mills and how the store is going to sell puppies from puppy mills. But I've also seen the posts from the pet shop, and I have done my research, and they're not getting puppies from puppy mills. It seems to me that these groups are bullying anyone who says they support this store. I can't believe what they write in the disgusting language that they use. Who are they to dictate what is done in our community and tell me where I can and cannot shop and what types of pets I can have? They keep touting puppy mills, puppy mills. If you research, you will see exactly where they will be getting their puppies from. The store states that they will tell everyone who the breeders are, but the online bullies just dismiss that and keep harassing everyone. I have a lot of friends and relatives that have no choice but to get their dogs from out of state, and unfortunately, some of these probably come from puppy mills. Some had issues with the dogs that they purchased, and there was no recourse for them, just thousands in dollars in vet bills. Who are these people who take away our rights as citizens to choose where to get our dogs from? If they don't want to buy from the store, then just don't go there. Don't tell me where I can and cannot go. If this store is following all the laws and regulations, isn't it their right to run their business? It disgusts and saddens me that a few people can make so much noise and say they represent the majority when in fact they represent themselves in a small group. Everyone I speak to is excited for the store and can't wait for it to open. That's your majority. Ask your friends and relatives where they get their dogs from, and if they would like someone locally where they can get a good, healthy dog and good breeders with warranties. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in that row that wishes to be heard? If not, we'll go to the next row right in front of it, please. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Larry Cohen. I live in Fanwood. I'm a volunteer legislative coordinator with the Humane Society of the United States. Had you acted in response to just one of the horrors your own New Jersey neighbors had experienced in East Brunswick or Woodbridge with puppy-selling stores, or in response to the measures those same neighbors have been taking to fight them, the situation you find yourself in likely would have never happened, and this meaningless resolution would have been unnecessary. While towns all around you were passing ordinances to protect themselves from something similar happening to them, you ignored our pleas. On February 22nd, 2017, you received this email from people in this room asking you to consider passing a pet store ordinance. Because you were busy people and things fall through a crack sometimes, on April 1st of that year, they sent you another email asking the same thing. 4 of you, Mayor Henry, Councilwoman Sohor, Walker, and Greenberg, were in office at that time and received those emails, but you ignored them. Now you're on the verge of forever linking your town's good name with arguably the worst pet store chain for animals in the nation. Everyone says they're against puppy mills, just like everyone says they're against drug dealers and domestic abusers of both people and animals. We don't just pass resolutions condemning them, however. We pass laws that try to keep them out of our towns. It turns out that 6 Petland stores across the country, at least 6, do not sell puppies from commercial breeders. It is not a mandatory piece of their business model. And there's no reason the Old Bridge store cannot become the 7th. Let's say you passed a resolution condemning the deceptive marketing and abusive prescribing of opioids. I know you're concerned about that. I see the posters in the hallway. Would you at the same time allow Purdue Pharma, before its bankruptcy, to open an opioid outlet in Old Bridge? What if they said, no, the OxyContin they wanted to prescribe to people in need was only the best quality and only the best pharmacists and doctors would work there? Would their word be enough for you to dismiss the lawsuits and the billion-dollar judgments against them? Would it be enough for you to dismiss the thousands of deaths that their business practices had been proven to have caused? How about if the Gallos had come to you and said they wanted to open a facility under a franchise agreement they had with Bad News Kennels, founded by Michael Vick? Would you have wanted that association with your town? And for all the horrors Vic perpetrated upon those poor dogs, in its totality, is Petland's resume really any better?
Okay, your time is up. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ellen Coyote from Hamilton Township, where we passed the ordinance to protect our town, and I wanted to thank you for this opportunity. Again, I'm a New Jersey State Certified Animal Cruelty Investigator, and I've been involved with animal protection for the past 43 years. I've also been a vet tech. I co-founded 2 animal welfare groups, have volunteered for shelter and rescue adoption, and I've had my own pet sitting business. To me, this is not rocket science. It's a no-brainer. We say that the dogs are man's best friends. I think it's time we do them a solid. It's not that we don't want anybody to have choice or where they go for their dogs or anything. We care about where these dogs are coming from and the parents that stay in these concentration camps for their whole life until they die. As I said last time about I think what the Humane Society said, the USDA said in its own Office of Inspector General reports, the last was from 2010, about what they say about the USDA licensing and how it's pretty much meaningless. It's also for the AKC registration papers, because it's only going money into their coffers. These dogs aren't quality bred puppies, I'm sorry. And what the retail puppy sellers hold up as the Holy Grail is untrue. The reason why I believe, and there's only 100% inspectors to inspect these 10,000 facilities in the United States. The reason why there's more puppy mills is, more investigating is put more people how to register. If you sell over the internet, anybody who doesn't sell face-to-face with seeing the mother, one of the parents, you have to be registered. So even if you sell over the internet, and that's who the USDA also has to go after, but that's another whole story. And to me, if you're breeding 2 or more dogs, you're not in it for responsible reasons, improving the breed or making sure family get the right breed for them, to ensure spay and neuter contracts, or take the puppies at any time in their lives. The Petland thing, I can't remember, it's either 90 or 100 days, 180 days is all they have to take their dog backs. Responsible breeders will take back their dogs at any time of their life and keep you, and give you education all the time on how to take care of it. And the videos I saw of these breeders they went to, they were either Amish or Mennonites. And the Amish take care of Lancaster County, and the Mennonites do mostly Ohio. There's like 500 breeders. They think we're insane and silly and stupid the way we think of our animals, to let them in the house, to let them on our furniture, and let them into our beds. They think of them as just livestock, and that's how they treat them. I'd just like to say I would hope you'd stem the flow of the animals from inhumane breeding operations into pet stores in New Jersey. This is a critical step that Old Bridge can and should take, not encouraging an industry so intrinsically linked to unnecessary animal suffering and consumer fraud. To protect people and animals instead of allowing a well-documented, unethical, and dangerous business, not only in your community, but the state of New Jersey. And as I won't have time to read it, but I sent you what the USDA requirements are, and I wouldn't subject that to my worst enemy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Just hold it. My name is Jean Clayton. I'm from Marlton, New Jersey, and I am the founder of Jean Clayton, Marlton, New Jersey. I'm one of the founders of New Jersey Residents Against Puppy Mills. The main purpose of our group is to check pet stores, put them together with reports from the USDA, from federal government, from state government, from health officials, to Consumer Affairs Department. For 4 years, We have been sending reports to Consumer Affairs. I myself have sent over 130. Never had them do much of anything. So you can't count on, they're like a paper tiger, you cannot count on them to do anything. There are 70 Petland stores, including safari stands, in this country. If they sold 500 dogs a year, which is not unreasonable, there are stores here now that sell over that, that would be 35,000 dogs per year. There is no way they can come from small, responsible breeders. The dogs they buy come from breeders that have as many as 300, 500, 900 dogs. I was very sorry to hear Mr. Gallo say that we pass lies around and not facts. This is what I do every day, and I don't say anything unless I have the paperwork to prove it. And you're all welcome to see it. Everybody in the audience is invited to see it. I'm just going to look at one report here. I looked online, and Safari Stands has a movie of a breeder called Abe Miller. It didn't say where he was from or the name of his group, but when I watched the video, the name came up across it, Comfort Canines. This man has been around since 2002. He changes his address every year. He's a breeder, he's a broker, he gets fined, he gets slapped on the wrist, and he's still in business. If he has a problem, he just changes his name, gets a new license, and goes on with whatever he was doing. He was also responsible for a truck accident in 2015 where 2 puppies died and at least 20 were underage dogs. So right there, he's doing that. This was on Safari Stand's website as a top 10% breeder that they can buy from. It is not top 10%. This man is the bottom 1%.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in that row that wishes to speak? Good evening.
Sorry. It's okay, I'll just hold it in my hand like she did, okay? I'm sorry. My name is Elda Hubbard. I live in Berkeley Heights, but I am co-founder of Sammy's Hope Animal Welfare, a private 501c3 nonprofit animal welfare organization in Sayreville. Many of our volunteers live in Old Bridge. I'm here to urge you to please seriously consider passing the pet ordinance that has been brought up so many times. Okay, selling animals in pet stores from puppy mills, mass breeders, is simply inhumane, and it's an outdated model. Okay, I want to address one comment I heard Mr. Joseph Gallo make at the last meeting, because I was rather offended by that. Extremist groups will have you believe that eliminating all puppy sales will stop puppy mills, when in fact it's actually promoting them because there is nowhere else to purchase a quality pet. Really? According to the New Jersey Department of Health Animal Intake and Disposition Survey, in New Jersey alone, there were 40,668 companion animals adopted from shelters in 2016. 42,868 in 2017, and 42,462 in 2018. Some of you have Sammy's Hope pets here, okay? A total of 125,998 companion animals adopted in the last 3 years reported from New Jersey shelters. If we are to believe that there's nowhere else to purchase quality pets, then all of those New Jersey residents who have adopted them for a fraction of the cost that a pet store would sell them for must have been deceived into adopting companion animals who are not quality pets. Nationally, the ASPCA reports that approximately 3.2 million companion animals were adopted in 2018. All those who adopted those millions of companion animals have also been deceived into adopting non-quality pets. Really? The above-quoted New Jersey Department of Health survey also reports euthanasia rates. 15,340 companion animals in 2016 in New Jersey, 11,071 in 2017, 9,832 in 2018.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sarah DeVoe. I'm a resident of Old Bridge. I live in Whispering Pine Estates. I'm also a volunteer at Sammy's Hope. I'm here to respectfully urge you to pass an ordinance banning the retail sale of dogs and cats in Old Bridge. We are concerned about the consequences, of selling puppies and kittens who come from inhumane mass breeding facilities. And with other presents here tonight, we hope it's clear that the concern is centered around the protection of innocent animals, as well as the protection of citizens who may be purchasing ill or under-socialized pets. Many of these pets come from illegitimate breeders and mass-produced mills that seek to gain only profit. This type of activity is always at the cost of the animal's health and is a risk to the animal and the family. Beyond that, the animal used for breeding in these scenarios are neglected and consistently suffering. It is our hope that the Township of Old Bridge would not pass business practices that support the suffering of animals and risk some families may be unknowingly taking on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Trish Quinn. I live in Edison now. I grew up in Old Bridge. I have family that still lives in Old Bridge, so I spend a regular amount of time here. I also worked for the town as a teenager and a young adult. While I may not live here any longer, my connection and fondness for this town is strong. I am also familiar with the local shelter. It's where I adopted my first kitten as an adult. His name was Zachary, and I was fortunate enough to spend 17 years with him. Back in 1984, the shelter was like many that existed in this country. It was pretty dismal. That is not the case now. The pets who find themselves at the OBAS have more than a fighting chance at health and happiness in a new home or to be reunited with their family after an unauthorized adventure. The animals in pet shops, and worse, the parents left behind, are not as fortunate. Their lives likely began in filth and in the darkness of a windowless building, or just as likely in filth with no protection from the elements at all. Their only comfort was their siblings and a mother on a wire-bottom cage. They will be torn away from both of them much too young and not properly socialized with their own kind or even properly weaned from their mother's milk. They will be packed up in 2 small crates and shipped like Amazon boxes to the retail stores. The puppies and kittens are identified by numbers, not names. They have dollar signs attached to them to describe their value as currency, not living, breathing, feeling beings. They are mass-produced for one purpose and one purpose only, to put dollars in bank accounts. While the puppies and kittens are shipped out, the mothers and fathers are left to live their lives of solitude and neglect while being forced to reproduce and create more babies. These cute, purebred puppies purchased at pet stores for thousands of dollars grow up. They need things like training, food, socialization, baths, haircuts, nail clips, and love. It's easy to fall for the cuteness of puppies and kittens and hand over the dollars to the man or woman behind the curtain. But as soon as you walk out of that store, you're on your own. I know a woman who regularly has store-bought puppies surrendered to her rescue for any multitude of reasons. I don't know how many pet store purchased animals will wind up in your shelter, but I do know that they will. They will be surrendered by the family who had unknown allergies or who just doesn't have the time. They may be found on the street or confiscated from a neglectful home where they are in horrible condition. Once they are made healthy and cleaned up, they will be put up for adoption. They won't be 8 weeks old anymore, but they will be what the sellers tell you are pure breed. You know, the ones people say aren't in any shelters. There are already far too many unwanted, neglected, and mistreated pets in this town alone. If they are lucky, they find their way to the shelter or to rescue. If they are not, they live and die a horrible existence. You may walk into the shelter on a Tuesday and the animal population is manageable, but you could just as easily walk in on Thursday and the building may be bursting at the seams. There are animals of all ages, sizes, and breeds to be found in any municipal shelter and local rescues. There is no reason for this town and my hometown to allow this store to operate within its boundaries and perpetuate the suffering that is inherent in mass puppy production.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Brian Hackett, the Humane Society of the United States. I grew up most of my life in the next town over, and I used to own a property in this town. I just want to take a technical point to point out a travesty. We should all be getting 5 minutes to speak because we were denied to sign up during the initial public portion to speak on something that was not on the agenda. When Councilman Merwin pointed that out, the attorney recognized it was two separate legal issues, but he still wouldn't allow all of these people to sign up for their right to speak for 5 minutes. Wrong.
No, it's not wrong, sir.
Excuse me, sir, this is my time.
This
is my time, sir.
No.
Thank you.
You're wrong.
This is my time, sir.
And we've allotted you.
This is my time. Can you please reset my clock, ma'am?
No, but I have to agree, like, we can't keep just shutting people up.
Totally unacceptable.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Totally unacceptable.
But I have to say, there's been times where people have come here and harassed me, and you let them talk the full 5 minutes. So if people are coming here, they've been waiting for hours to talk, yeah, we can't interrupt them, and we certainly can't.
When there's a legal issue raised, I'll address it, and I did. And
During your time, sir. This is my time.
Meeting.
Yeah.
I told him to reset
Yeah.
the clock, but anytime you want to address a legal issue, I'll respond to it.
During your time. Now, during my 3 minutes,
Reset for 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
We are at the bewitching hour, so I would make a motion that we allow the meeting to continue.
Yes, absolutely. We said that.
Somebody want to second that? And
10:30 is new business.
It's till,
Mr. Merwin, 10:30 is just new business, so since we're dealing with this, the meeting...
Don't have to, okay.
Correct, it just 11 o'clock is the...
Well, will we be able to take action or anything after?
Not on new business, only on current, and this is the only thing left on the
Okay,
agenda.
very good, very good.
exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and to reset your clock, okay?
this is my time now?
Yes.
Because I thought it was always my time for my 3 minutes. My name is Brian Hackett, the Humane Society of the United States. I want to point out several key facts to the council. The USDA Animal Welfare Act has not been updated since 1966. So if this law has not been updated since 1966, those are the exact regulations that are governing the same commercial breeding puppy mills that pet stores are allowed to source from. So if you want to believe that these are wonderful standards and they're impeccable, then the joke's going to be on you, with all due respect. I wouldn't be here in crutches and in a leg brace at the sacrifice of many other things I have to do if everything the gallows said about this pet shop was true. It's simply not. USDA licensed breeders, there are estimated to be 10,000 puppy mills, and only about 2,500 are actually regulated, and of those regulations, they're abysmal from standards from 1966. You've been presented a retail pet store ordinance. It's been emailed to all of you. It has been legally upheld as constitutional by 7 different federal courts, and its constitutionality has never been challenged in the state of New Jersey. You can pass a ban on the retail sale of cats and dogs, and it is a win-win-win for everyone. Every single national animal protection group that's here, you've received countless emails from numerous advocates, groups, and organizations on all levels, both in and outside of New Jersey, who want this ordinance. If you are all pro-business, which I assume you all are pro-business, the worst anti-business thing you can do is allow this pet shop to open without a retail ban on the sale of cats and dogs. Every other pet shop, 98% of pet shops refuse to sell cats and dogs, and there is a reason for that. There is an economical reason, a political reason, a humane reason, and a commercial reason. If you don't pass a retail ban on the sale of cats and dogs, all of these people will oppose the business. If you do pass the ordinance, every single one of these organizations, including myself, will work to make sure his business is a success. Because that's what we do with all of the other pet shops who have a responsible, humane business model. If the store is allowed to open without the ordinance, you're going to have numerous opposition, meeting after meeting, and it's going to be a disaster.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Is the mic on?
Yes, it's
Okay.
the green light, right?
My name is Janice Fisher. I'm with from Manasquan, and I coordinate the Puppy Mill Awareness Campaign for Friends of Animals United, New Jersey. I just want to go on record tonight speaking to the issue of Petland Incorporated because Safari Stands Pet Center is a franchise of this corporation, and because Mr. Gallo has closely aligned himself with the Petland Corporation. The corporation professes to be a leader in the animal care industry and one of the safest places to buy a puppy. In fact, the corporation's track record of operation is dismal. I want everyone to please hear this tonight and remember it. Thousands of pages of documentation from licensing agencies demonstrate that Petland sources puppies from breeders with egregious Animal Welfare Act violations. A recent undercover investigation by the Humane Society of the United States into 8 separate Petland locations found sick and suffering animals, dead puppies and bunnies in freezers, presumably having died in the store without vet care. I have photos. These are not stock photos, so I'll make sure that you get a copy. Incredibly, Petland employees admitted that they often have to care for these animals in order to cut costs for the vet care for the store. The Humane Society of the United States has received 1,300 complaints from Petland customers who spent hundreds and thousands of dollars to treat their sick puppy. And to demonstrate further lack of integrity of this company, these customers often had to sign a confidentiality agreement before they were reimbursed for vet bills, prohibiting them from complaining on Facebook, posting online, complaining to the Better Business Bureau, or even reporting to a government agency. There are countless negative consumer and employee reviews on Google, Yelp, Consumer Affairs, and even their very own Petland websites. And they've been repeatedly sued in federal and state court. Petland's very own warranty company boasts that less than 5% of Petland puppies sold were sick enough to be hospitalized. It sounds pretty impressive, until you realize that's actually 1 in 20 puppies sold. And that doesn't even take into account sick puppies who didn't require hospitalization. And I'd like to quickly talk about financing. Petland customers can buy a puppy using a Petland credit card at an interest rate of 30%. Or, if they choose, they can finance a puppy at an interest rate of 151% through a Utah-based company.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much. Anyone else in that row? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Schatzman. I'm with the Animal Legal Defense Fund. I have provided more formal testimony for you. I'm not going to read from this because my colleagues have provided, I think, ample reason why this should not be happening, and yet we have an opportunity here. This is not a done deal. We ask for you, Mayor and council members, to turn this around. You can change what is happening here with all of these adversarial situations, and that are going to be prolonged should there be the sale of puppies and kittens at this Petland store. New York right now is passing a state law. It's on the move. It's moving quickly. Again, it's the right thing to do to close down the pet store, the puppy mill pipeline. And so what we ask you tonight is to turn this around, introduce a humane ordinance, one that would ban the retail sale of puppies and kittens, and we will be behind you. I can speak for all of our organizations. We will provide positive press for you. We will sing your praises as opposed to being here and in opposition. So that is all I ask for tonight. That is all we ask for tonight, is for your consideration. You have the information. Please do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Question, please. Do we have to stop at 11 o'clock? Because this whole room is anti.
Sir, please, let's just continue on and let everyone come up and speak. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Bresch. I represent the ASPCA. I urge you to pass a ban on the sale of dogs and cats in pet stores. It's very clear from our work, which is extensive in this area, that a ban would be the only way that you would be able to prevent this pet store from selling puppy mill dogs. A resolution certainly would not succeed in that. The federal government apparatus, the state apparatus, regulatory apparatus are wholly incapable of handling this problem of preventing the sale of puppy mill dogs in pet stores. And I helped draft the state law on this. In New Jersey, I sat in a Connecticut legislative task force to look at this issue. And it's absolutely clear that the only way you can prevent Safari Stand from selling puppy mill dogs in Old Bridge is to ban the retail sale of dogs in pet stores. To continue what the representative from HSUS was saying, the federal law is wholly inadequate. It legalizes extremely cruel practices that would be illegal under the New Jersey cruelty law. For example, it's entirely legal under federal law for breeders and brokers to fail to provide veterinary care, to keep the indoor temperature no higher than 45 degrees, to provide bedding only if the indoor or outdoor temperature falls below 50 degrees, to expose the animals to artificial light alone, provide no natural light, to confine an animal 24/7 so that she never has more than 6 inches of space on all sides, think beagle and a dishwasher, to provide wire flooring only and no solid flooring, to confine animals in stacked cages, and to fail to provide exercise or any socialization with people or other animals. It is also legal and typical for animals to be bred repeatedly with little or no recovery time between litters and to be killed when spent after a few years. And there, I don't know if you're aware, there's a Safari Stands in Connecticut where I've done a lot of work. And just to give you an example of what, of one of the breeders that they have purchased from, it's the Dawn and Robert Troop, an Oklahoma breeder, where USDA inspectors found several dogs with untreated medical problems, including dogs who appear to have difficulty walking and dogs with signs of ocular or dental infections. Again, this is Safari Stands in New Haven, Connecticut. The facility has been repeatedly cited for filthy conditions. During one inspection, there was so much fecal material in some of the outside dog runs that it covered up to 50% of the floor. Again, this is according to the USDA. And the licensee reported that the runs had not been cleaned in about 4 days. Some of the dogs' water receptacles were filled with an algae-looking substance in them, and the facility representative admitted that they were only cleaned every 4 to 6 weeks. There were also rodent droppings on the floor and around the food. The licensees were given an official warning by USDA for refusal to provide access to an APHIS official to conduct an inspection and required the Animal Welfare Act. So they don't want folks to know what they're doing. But the breeder doesn't want, and this is what this is the breeder Safari Stand is buying from in Connecticut. Why would it be any different here? It's very.
Thank you very much.
I urge you to pass a ban.
Thank you.
still like the addresses.
They say where they're from, what town?
Town, that's
Yeah, yes, they do. Good evening.
My name is Alan Braslow. I live in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and the last time I looked, there were no restrictions for my coming to Old Bridge. I used to hang out at the track, so please pass whatever you can for them. I used to drag race down here growing up. And like Mr. Gallo, I don't live in Old Bridge, but I care. Couple of things I want to share with you. Mr. Gallo pointed out in a very emotional talk in the beginning, and I can understand because I've built and owned 3 businesses. Fortunately, was able to divest myself of them over a period of time. That none of us have credentials, we don't know what we're talking about, we haven't done hands-on. So kind of as a background, I'm the president of Dog Advocacy and Rescue. I put my money where my mouth is, and what we do is we fund the court cases that come to municipalities like you folks to help defend the rights of dogs that have been abused by humans. Unfortunately, it happens too often. Until they went internal, I was a volunteer with PetSmart Charities, their rescue wagon, and managed to fly all over the country on a moment's notice, doing raids on commercial breeders, we call them puppy mills, but commercial breeders and hoarders and bad shelters and things like that, and it was absolutely sickening. What I got to see firsthand were puppies or dogs who were used as breeding dogs, a size of a beagle, living in a cage with a wire mesh background down under its feet, the size of a dishwasher. That is the norm. When Gene mentioned about this guy, Abe Miller, I've seen his sites, almost got shot when I tried to visit it because it doesn't like people to come and see him, because God may see the wrong thing. I'm also a member of the Camden Animal Response Team, the County Animal Response Team in Camden County. We're the guys who showed up when Superstorm Sandy hit the Jersey Shore and put our lives at risk. And we saw the things that were going on and trying to help people save their animals. I also was involved with, someone brought up Michael Vick, the Michael Vick Rescue, Best Friends Animal Society, where 46 dogs were pulled from a good fighter who still thinks he's right and tries to convince people that it's his background. Couple of things I want to point out to you while I have the time. CEO of Petland 2 years ago stated he couldn't believe anybody would buy a dog or would set up a pet store selling puppies in New Jersey. I feel sorry for Mr. Gallo because the franchise salesman must have done a really good job. The other thing is, we've sent you tons of information. I appreciate those of you who actually have read it. I got the read receipts. And the last thing I want to share with you, rather than take a lot of time, is, and I apologize for the quality of the picture. These are taken pictures. They're not made-up pictures. One is going to be this one, which I'll share with you, which is how the 8 puppies who I'm fostering live in my home in an 8x10 room, and what you see in a puppy store. One more second. The play area with an 8x80 foot run that they're in, what they're going to live like in Petland.
Thank you.
And I will give this to you. There's a Petland sign that I think you'll find interesting because it talks about the disease.
Okay, thank you. Next, anyone else in this row? This last row here? Okay.
By the way, you're all invited to multiple breeders, local New Jersey quality breeders who would love to show you how it's done right.
All right, thank you very much. I should have sat in the back, I guess. My name is Jeff Nash. I have the honor of serving as a Camden County freeholder for the past 30 years. And I was first elected when I was 12, obviously. I'm here today because Old Bridge is about to permit the retail sale of dogs and cats for the first time in this state in over 5 years. And the last time a retail sales store opened in New Jersey was in my community. And I sat where you're sitting today 6 years ago, not knowing what I was about to experience. And we at Camden County and the 37 municipalities that passed a ban on the retail sale of animals, we heard testimony not only from the advocates, but from responsible breeders, from the shelters who gave us their perception as to what is right and what is wrong. And what we found through that testimony is that the retail sale of animals in the store is not only archaic, it is fundamentally wrong. And there were 3 public policy reasons which prompted 37, every single township in Camden County, including the County, to not under the dark of night, but through public testimony, pass the ban. Policy number 1, as you've heard, the sale of puppy mill dogs is just horrific. The conditions in which these dogs are bred throughout the country is just unacceptable. That's number 1, and that's obvious. Number 2, the county and the municipalities are trying to promote the rescue and the adoption in their forever homes of rescue dogs. There are thousands of rescue animals. There are 4 rescue shelters in Camden County alone, and those shelters advocated to us, please help us prompt the families who are looking to buy a dog or to bring a dog into their house to first look at our shelters. But also, we heard from the responsible breeders, and what I learned and did not know is that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of responsible breeders in the state of New Jersey and in my community. And what each of those responsible breeders told us many times is that a responsible breeder would not broker one of their animals. They would go and they would want to meet the families that were taking in the animal. They want to make sure that the purchaser of their dog, a purebred dog, was going to give that dog a loving home and care. The third and maybe most complicated issue that we were grappling with is a consumer products issue, because we heard testimony from...
Thank you very much. Next. Good evening.
Council members, before I start, this letter was sent to you. I just wanted to present you with a copy of it. It is from Chief Russell
his
Sitter,
name.
the Executive Director of the Monmouth County SPCA.
Sir, can you just give your name for the record to the clerk, please? Thank you.
Yes, I am Matty Giuliano. I am the chaplain of the Monmouth County SPCA. In Eatontown, it is a distinct honor and privilege to be here once again to speak in support of an ordinance prohibiting the retail sale of cats and dogs in pet stores. I feel it's important to let each and every one of you know who I am and why I believe this ordinance is vital to the health and welfare of animals, not just in Old Bridge, but throughout the entire state. For 10 years, I served as an animal cruelty officer in New Jersey, completing approximately 2,000 animal cruelty investigations. In that time, I have seen the pain and anguish pet owners have experienced when they made the emotional impulse decision to purchase a cat or a dog from a less than desirable breeder. While I am not going to take up your evening with all of the specific details of these cases involving the sale of puppy mill dogs, I would like to address this body from my current position as the chaplain for the Monmouth County SPCA and PBA Local 394. St. Francis of Assisi, the patron saint of animals, once said, "Always preach the gospel, and when necessary, use words." So that's what I intend to do here this evening. As a chaplain for all of God's creatures, great and small, I could say with the greatest of certainty that the creation of our companion animals needs to not only be a gift of love, but a creation that is celebrated, respected, and revered. While there are many who believe that we have dominion over all of creation, that dominion does not mean domination, and that we must be good, responsible stewards on their behalf. The reason why passage of an ordinance prohibiting the retail sale of cats and dogs is essential is self-evident, as countless investigations and reports reveal the awful, inhumane conditions under which these poor, innocent animals are kept before they are put on display for the unsuspecting consumer, not to mention the horrific conditions that the dogs and cats left behind are forced to endure. St. Francis made it very clear when he said, "Not to hurt our humble brethren is our first duty to them, but to stop there is not enough. We have a higher mission, and that is to be of service to them whenever they require it." I don't know if anyone here has ever had a personal relationship with a companion animal. I know for myself personally, I have been truly blessed by my animal companions, and our shared love and devotion has awakened a dormant part of my soul and has thus led me down this path to be a voice for all of God's creatures. I believe all of you here today, deep within your spirit, know that a municipal ordinance is long overdue, Redefining how cats and dogs are bought and sold reflects the kindness and compassion these animals deserve as a vital part of God's creation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Now I'd like to start in the back of this, the rows in the back row. Who's in the back? Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. My name is Camille Napolitano. I do not have their credentials, nor do I have their statistics. I support all of you. But I'm sorry? My name is Camille Napolitano. I am a resident of Old Bridge. However, I do have a personal experience I would like to share. I used to have 2 dogs. I now have 3. I came upon the 3rd dog because I walked into a Petland store, and I saw them bringing this little dog down to the basement. And I asked the owner, or whomever the employee was, what's going on with that dog? It looked like some kind of Shorky mix or whatever. And they said, well, we can't sell this dog because this dog has a dew claw. But we can give it to you for a reasonable price, but we are unable to sell it. Now, I ask you, I mean, just a stupid little thing like that I have this dog for 8 years, and I'm speaking for all the animals. I'm not a crazy dog person or bird lady or anything like that, but I have a personal experience that if you had like a hangnail or something, would you want to be judged because of that? So I'm not going to take up the whole 3 minutes, but I'd really like you to consider what everyone's asking you here to not do in our township, because I'd also like to use this forum that I initiated 2 years ago, a Facebook page. I know many of you are not pleased with Facebook, but I use it as a forum for lost, found, adopt, foster animals of Old Bridge and surrounding areas. And I implore all of you to join it so that if you see that dog walking the street because it was abandoned, that you go there and maybe we could rehome under the right conditions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
My name is Steve Ember from Middlesex Borough. Despite what you've heard tonight, there are no ethical breeders who supply puppy stores. The laws and regulations, as you've heard, are hopelessly outdated, and the inspections are even worse. Every bred dog sold equals a dead dog in a shelter due to lack of space. Even though Old Bridge right now may have a little bit of space, in general, most shelters are overflowing. Dogs and cats are not commodities. When they are given up or turned away by the people who buy them from pet stores, they become burdens to the rescue groups and shelters, and we're already out of space. My organization has I don't know how many dogs came from Petland, but I'm sure we've done several hundred that we've taken in because of various reasons. And that's not the way they should be treated. You've heard a lot of empty promises and falsehoods tonight from the people who think that dogs should be commodities. They only care about their profit. And I can tell you over 20 years of experience that I've had tells me what the truths really are. Unfortunately, you've heard a lot of them. And the last point I'd like to make is that in these 20-plus years I've been doing this work, I see that there's a sexist component to it. Men make the profits, and women do a lot of the rescue work, and they become the caregivers. It's an important issue to consider because women are bearing an unnecessary burden of caring for animals because of so many men who want to make profit off of the animals.
Very much.
Good evening. We need to end, right?
Hello, my name is Tatiana. I drove in hour for this meeting here tonight. I live by the Jersey Shore. I come from Brick, that by the Jersey Shore. But I think this is a very important cause. That's why I came here. And my story is very different from everybody else. I come from South America, and over there I rescued many dogs, many stray dogs from the street. But coming coming to the United States, I had no idea what a puppy mill was. So I walked into a pet store for the first time, and I fell in love with a puppy. But that puppy came home very sick. I had no idea. And I paid a lot of money for that puppy, and he came with a kidney failure. It didn't last very long. And I would like to make everybody aware where those dogs come from. They look very healthy, but nobody knows their past. So the public needs to be aware where they come from. They're sick because puppy mills don't take good care of them. They don't worry about those puppies. Good breeders do, shelters do. Now I have another dog that I adopted from a shelter. So that's what I wanted to share with you tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Evening.
My name is Robert Girio. This is my fiancée, Jackie Rush. We came all the way from Society Hill, down the block over there. You guys actually came to my house and told me you guys, as a homeowner, young homeowner, I should get involved. Well, thanks a lot. So, I'm here because I heard about this pet store being opened through the Old Bridge residence page. I wasn't even aware that someone went to high school with Tom Gallup over here was the man behind it. Because I saw all these extremely negative posts about this puppy mill being opened, and I was very willing. He said, I'm opening the store. I was shocked to hear it was the same one. So I asked him all the points that these people brought up on the Facebook page, and he gave me list for list context of everything they're telling you. It's very hard to do this right now. These professionals, to their own, what they said themselves. They go from town to town doing this. They've done this 100 times. They know exactly how to do this. I'm a plumber. This is new to me. So you gotta, okay, 2 minutes. So, all I could tell you is that I looked up a post while I was sitting back there that they put on. At a page about 7,000, almost 8,000 people, 7,000 and something. 6 people liked their post. 6 people. That's not what, this room isn't representing what's going on out there. And if you have the context of the internet of these claims, he talks about how that when you open up a pet store, it doesn't stop the sale of pets through pet stores. And this woman comes to dispute that, but then she conflates it by saying, well, look, the adoption number rises, so he was wrong. He never talked about adoption numbers. He talked about pet store sales. That's what he was talking about. But they conflated the two and made you seem like they made a wrong statement. That was not the case at all. Secondly, we want to buy a dog. We were going to do it. We want an ethical way to do it. She wants a Yorkie. And trust me, there's no getting her to change her mind about a shelter dog. She wants a Yorkie. So whether he opens it or not, we've been waiting for it. But we're going to get it one way or the other. We just want a safe and ethical way to do this. Give us that opportunity. That's like shutting down the Whole Foods, but letting the ShopRites and the AMCs go by. Give us a place that's going to educate consumers of how to do it the right way and not... See, they could scoff. They're scoffing behind me. They had a whole row of people, an hour, to talk against them. It's not the right way to defend your position. These are real stories, a real context. I urge you all, you're not going to have the time tonight, but everything they give you to look up to refute their points, please read it. Please take the time like I did here and my fiance did. I had to call out of work tonight. I work nights. I took the time out for this. Please do the same. And for the women who claimed that was the Mennonites and Amishmen that run these puppy mills, that must have been some horse and buggy ride you took to get here from Missouri, I got to tell you. Oh, my God. I thank you so much for your time, and have a good night, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, my mic's not working. My mic.
Hi. Can I start? My name is Cindy Knowles. I'm the owner of Ferrylicious in White House Station, New Jersey. I believe earlier today, I live in Tewksbury, New Jersey. Tewksbury. Yep. I believe earlier today, we did send some emails because we know that you were getting bombarded by these people that just don't stop. I'm sure you saw some of the beautiful things that I sent, the video I sent, and other things that we do and how we go out and see our breeders. I've been in business 9 years. It's a second business for me. I was in technology for 23 years, and when selling that business, I got into this business for just the sheer love of it. It's thriving. We grow month after month, year after year. I have people coming in for their beautiful, healthy puppies. They come in for their first puppy, they come in for second puppies, they come in for third puppies and fourth puppies. We have excellent veterinary oversight. I happen to be a financial backer in my brother's veterinary practice. Aside from my brother being a veterinarian, I have a wonderful veterinary clinic right down the road from us that does a fabulous job, and in fact, I sent over the letter from our serving veterinarian. We've been harassed for years by these people. For instance, they go out on social media. My brother's a 30-plus year exemplary veterinarian in the state of New Jersey. He's been practicing. They find out that my brother is my brother, and what do? They post on Facebook that he's falsifying veterinary health certificates. This is what they do. They just make this stuff up. My brother doesn't even do the veterinary health certificates in my store. So they harass, they downplay, come into my store, see how beautiful it is. We have people come in every day. I try to rescue. They don't have the puppies I'm looking for. They make it so difficult. We get people come in every day that are being scammed on the internet. They come in, they're losing money. I say, I'm so glad we found you, because now I can meet the dog, I can talk to you, I have full consumer protection. Have any of you done your homework and know what the state laws are right now and what the regulations are in place? I sell a sick dog, I'm liable for up to 2 times the cost of that dog. If a veterinarian finds an unfit situation with one of my puppies, I'm on the hook. You have hundreds of rescues running around unregulated in this state. There's Home for Good Rescue right now that is up on charges for falsifying health records.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
They go on. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, Jill DeCaro, an Old Bridge resident, and I'm not a professional. I was not forced to come here tonight, so I just wanted to clarify that. I decided to speak tonight because to remain silent would be a disservice, and I'm reading really fast because I only have 3 minutes. I thought I was going to have 5. I've decided to speak tonight because to remain silent would be a disservice to the thousands of dogs kept in less than adequate care and bred over and over again in USDA-licensed commercial breeding facilities. These facilities are only required to meet the minimum requirement for basic life of dogs. I will not stand quiet as long as there are voiceless animals in need of my voice. Ever since I can remember, pet stores have concerned me, even when I was too young to understand why. Growing older, I learned where these puppies come from. The problem is not with the pet store themselves, because oftentimes they are staffed by animal-loving employees with true concern for their well-being. Be that as it may, they all know the truth about where the puppies are coming from. I'm sure they feel as if they are doing their part to at least help these puppies have a good life, but I cannot speak for those people. Who I can speak for are the mamas and the papas in the commercial breeding facilities who are bred over and over again until they are of no use. Then I ask you, what do you think happens to those dogs? In trying to have an intelligent civil conversation on this topic the other day, I was told that it's too late to do an ordinance, and that even if we do it, it won't affect this store. The following are townships that passed and upheld an ordinance where existing puppy-selling pet stores exist without any lawsuits: Washington Township, Edgewater, Fairlawn, Brick Township, Cherry Hill, and Kearney. I've been told instead of going after this business, I should go after the puppy mills themselves, and that somehow my concern is invalidated if I don't have first-hand knowledge of the horrors that these animals experience. Apparently, I was told there are so many issues and problems going on that I should just leave this business alone, because this is America and anyone can open a business if they want. While this is true, this is America, and as an American, I will speak up and speak out for what I believe, and I will never remain silent because I have a voice, and these animals do not. I also had separate conversations I want to add with other council members, Mrs. Brown and Mr. Merwin, and I want to thank you for listening with open ears and open minds and trying to offer your positive feedback. Lastly, I'm looking at my time, I only have 35 seconds, but I'd like you to reference Joaquin Phoenix's speech last night. He made a very poignant and relative speech to what he said last night regarding equality. Now, I just want to end with, let us think about where we want to be in this discussion and where we want our legacy to be. Please pass this ordinance, because there is no right way to do the wrong thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. Hi. My name is Stephanie Earl. I'm also with Furrylicious. I live in Bridgewater, New Jersey.
Bridgewater.
I don't really know where to start, but one of the things that I think is incredibly disingenuous by the activists who are here tonight is that they worked to get legislation passed in 2015, which is the current Pet Purchase Protection Act, that required us that we only buy from USDA breeders. We, at the time, we were fairly new and we're a very small boutique at the time. We happened to be working with a number of small local breeders. And to say that no responsible breeder would sell to a pet store is simply nonsense. We have many, many good breeders, both commercial USDA breeders and at the time small local hobby breeders. So we are no longer able to buy from a local small hobby breeder. They said that you can only buy from USDA licensed breeders because those are the only ones that are regulated, and hobby breeders there is no regulation for. Now those are the breeders that everybody should be going to for their puppies. Even Senator Lesniak, the sponsor of the bill, said, and he testified in the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee, I think it was, that USDA breeders are not puppy mills. USDA breeders are what we're going to sanction for pet stores in New Jersey to buy from. So basically you have a bunch of rescue-only people who want to continue to monopolize the pet marketplace. They don't want us to have a choice, or any other consumer to have a choice as to where to get their puppy. They only want people to be able to go to a shelter or a rescue. And interestingly enough, I researched a couple years back when they were looking at doing sourcing bans that would only allow us to buy from shelters and rescues, potentially in the state of New Jersey. So I reached out to a number of shelters, large and small, around the state of New Jersey, and did not get a single rescue or shelter that said that they would be able to work with me and supply dogs to me. So when Brian Hackett says the HSUS will work with you to provide shelter dogs to you, that is not true. And this is what I heard back from the Monmouth County SPCA. They said, thank you for and I'll just quickly abbreviate, but thank you for reaching out to our organization in search of smaller, family-friendly, child-friendly, and non-aggressive dogs. Unfortunately, we too are in search of these temperament dogs that are also young and small, and we seek out these ourselves by reaching out to the southern rescues and shelters. We struggle to keep a constant supply of these puppies for our adopters, as we even pay the rescues and shelters to give us these dogs in addition to paying the transport fees to bring them here. Unfortunately, we would not be able to supply you with these dogs that you are requesting, as it would take away from our supply we struggle to find.
Thank you. Good evening.
I'm Maria Cuccinello from Marlborough. I'm here to read a letter from Ed Sayers, who is the Director of Animal Welfare Education. My name is Ed Sayers. Unfortunately, I am unable to be here tonight in person. I have dedicated the past 46 years working to improve the welfare of companion animals. From 2003 to 2013, I served as a president of the ASPCA in New York City. I began my career in animal welfare in New Jersey in 1974 as a shelter manager at St. Herbert's Animal Welfare Center. I became their CEO in 1981 and led the organization until 1995. In 1983, I chaired a committee for the New Jersey Department of Health to create legislation for the first state subsidized spay and neuter program in the United States. Dog overpopulation is now regional, breed-specific, size-specific, and age-specific. Demand for dogs now far exceeds the number of dogs in animal shelters. The American Veterinary Medical Association Sourcebook estimates that New Jersey residents will acquire between 100,000 to 120,000 puppies and dogs this year. Approximately 27,000 dogs will be available for adoption from New Jersey shelters. In New Jersey, demand for dogs far exceeds the number of homeless dogs available for adoption. Currently, 49% of owned dogs are purebred and 51% are mixed breed. The high demand for purebred puppies has created a growing black market for unlicensed, substandard breeders to sell through the internet, Craigslist, flea markets, and public fairs. Puppy mills thrive in this growing unregulated marketplace. The retail pet store is now the most regulated source for the acquisition of a new dog. The retail pet store can identify when and where the dog was bred, the breeder's kennel environment, and standards of care, and how it was transported to the store. I have been speaking out against retail pet store bans for the past several years because they have had no impact on puppy mills. There continues to be the misguided view that there is a direct cause and effect relationship between retail pet stores and puppy mills. Over the past 7 years, there have been 340 retail pet store bans, pet sale bans passed, and there is still no evidence that any have resulted in the closure of a single puppy mill. There is one important question to ask animal welfare advocates who label all commercial breeders as puppy mills. Have you ever visited a USDA licensed professional dog breeder? If so, when, where, and what professional experience do you have to evaluate a breeding kennel? Retail ban advocates presenting stock photos of unlicensed, substandard, illegal kennel operations and linking them to responsible, best practice breeders is dishonest and irresponsible. While retail pet sale bans initiatives have passionate advocates around the country, the Humane Society.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Joseph Gow Jr., Manalapan, New Jersey. And I'm just here tonight to talk to you about how shelters conduct business. I'm going to give you facts and statistics to back that. The National Animal Interest Alliance Shelter Project indicates that less than 5.5% of shelter pets are of purebreds. Without Chihuahuas and Pit Bulls, the number drops to 3.3%. Therefore, except for those two breeds, less than 3.3% of shelter pets are purebreds. According to American Veterinary Medical Association's 2017 and 2018 pet ownership study, 76 million dogs live in the United States. The New York Times reported that 83% of all dogs in America are either spayed or neutered. The Washington Post reported that the recent demand for dogs reached 8 million. The ASPCA Pet Statistics website states that 3.3 million dogs enter shelters annually, and of those, 620,000 are reunited with their owners. This leaves a 5.3 million gap in demand for dogs in the United States. So to meet this demand, over 1 million dogs are imported for shelters in the U.S. every year because there are not enough dogs to meet the demand, according to the USDA's 2019 key report. Of those 1 million dogs, less than 1% are subject to thorough health screenings that ensure they are healthy and disease-free before entering the country. Shelters and rescues are not regulated. Unfortunately, more contagious outbreaks occur in the shelters than you would think. In fact, last month, the Monmouth County SPCA had to close for several weeks due to dog flu outbreak. So, in conclusion, if all these rescue groups are claiming there are too many dogs in the shelters, then why are they importing more than 1 million dogs into the United States per year? Thank you.
Okay.
No, this is a different topic. Different topic. Different topic. Hi, Joe Gallo, Manalapan. So everything you heard tonight, you heard a lot of nice stories. A lot of nice stories. This is a different topic. This is puppy mills. The other one's pet shop. And
wait.
This is disrespectful. Please start, Mike Lamova.
And sir, you're not running the meeting. That's right. No, from a legal perspective, I am, sir. And everybody was given a fair opportunity for the 3 minutes to speak. There you go. Ma'am, I'll have you moved.
Okay,
Let him speak. You had the opportunity to speak.
Right.
Like a communist
Country.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
I'll just take a minute. So, in the last council meeting, you heard very similar stories from these same exact people. We put together for you, we literally took everything they said, and we researched it with real facts. And unfortunately, these people have great intentions, we get that. But they're educating themselves with the intranet. Okay, they've never been to one of the breeders. They're rude, they have no experience. They're rude, all right, and they try to bully everyone. So, listen, it's emotion they're dealing with, not facts. This is literally, this is everything that was spoken about in the last council meeting. And that will show you the facts with links and where to look up the facts, okay? So, I just want you guys to realize that this is a bunch of people that have good intentions, but they're misguided with wrong information. Thank you. And you can see the professionalism. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I guess we've all gotten the opportunity to speak.
Before, though, you just
Pardon me?
spoke. You just
This is on a different topic.
Your name, sir?
My name's Charles Gatzik.
All right, you weren't on the list of the 5 minutes, so you've already spoken your 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I was really going to speak to the point that you disallowed us to sign in, that the clerk stopped us from signing in.
Sir, you were given your opportunity to
I
speak.
apologize.
We made mention of it. It was
That's the
noted.
truth.
It
That's
was
the
noted.
truth. We're going to sign an affidavit tomorrow and file a formal complaint having to do with you stopping us from our public right to speak.
You have a right to speak, and the council has the absolute right to limit the time frame to allow everyone to get their opinion in.
got to speak.
And this
You've
is
been
not,
given
this
that.
is not on that topic. This is on a separate topic, sir.
Excuse me, Attorney.
And there's no new business after 10:30, sir, so if it's a new item, then it's beyond that time frame.
Excuse me,
It's not a new item, sir. It's based on your breach of our rights.
Just said, sir, that it was a new issue. so-
Point of order. Thank you. Okay. I just actually do want to know when we change the rules, how that happens, because I didn't know we were changing the rules tonight with the commenting. So when does that decision take place? Just randomly, or? Because I'm just curious.
Adjourned by 11
I'm not
o'clock.
talking to you. That's nice, but I'm not talking to you.
The council
the rule-
president,
so
the
no,
council president has the authority to limit the time to afford everybody an opportunity to speak.
Okay, so, I'm just asking when we made that decision, because while I do know that the meeting's going to go a lot longer if we let everyone speak for 5 minutes, I still want to know why we made that decision without letting the whole council know, and then also without announcing that in the beginning of the meeting. Like, I think people were misled if they came here thinking they had 5 minutes, number one, and number two, they were to be able to speak during the comment portion. So, I'm curious why we didn't really announce that ahead of time, why I didn't know.
I think only the state attorney general will be able to get that to the bottom of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Gallo got extra time. I want to say one thing.
You were given your opportunity. Yeah, you did. You didn't stand up and go to the mic.
I'm taking 30 seconds.
I will sue you.
Oh, will you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm taking,
You guys plenty of times already.
Ooh.
You lose every single time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm taking 30 seconds to answer
Ma'am,
Mr.
you've already
Gallo. He told you he buys from wonderful breeders.
Ma'am.
I will email all of you this wonderful breeder he buys.
If there's anybody who was on the 5-minute list that would like to speak, they can speak.
You violated our rights.
I'm going to speak. I spoke on the 5-minute list, and now I'm going to speak now. First of all, you didn't allow anybody to sign up at the time. I signed up because I knew better. So all of these people behind me have a right to be upset because your clerk told everybody that they had to wait until this ordinance came up, which is not true. Please, not during my time, not during my time. Not during my time.
You will have your 3
So,
minutes.
that was a problem, number one. Number two, the gentleman that sat down and said that there are no shelter laws, he really needs to educate himself as to what the shelter laws are. Because first of all, we have Title IV, second of all, we have 823A, which governs every shelter in this state. Even if you're a rescue, it governs you as a rescue shelter. So it absolutely does. Shut up. Oh, shut up. Nobody's talking to you.
come on.
I'm talking. Shut up.
Let the speaker speak, please.
That's the other thing. So 823A, and you can ask your veterinarian, who's, I'm sure, well aware of it, takes care of all of the shelters in the state. As far as this and the way that this was held tonight, shame on every one of you.
Next.
This meeting is pretty much a farce. Stella, you came up and said you can't sign in, which I know is not true. I have you recorded, so that's going up with the affidavit because you broke the law. It's the Open Public Meetings Act, and yes, I have sued you guys plenty of times for violating the public law, and I have won every single time because you're incompetent as an attorney. So I'd like to address Mr. Gallo here. So he's talking all about transparency, right? I'm over here taking pictures of a public document. He's ripping it off the desk, not allowing me to take pictures of it, which is a public document. I have every right to do so. So he's talking about transparency. He's a private he's a private business, right? So if I go in there to try to get some transparency, you'll be damn sure I'll be arrested for trespassing if I stay there. Okay, that's a guarantee. He's citing over here about not taking pictures. It's a public meeting. Public Meetings Act. You're allowed to videotape. He videotaped, he took pictures. I shoved no cameras in anybody's face. It's been about that far away, including out in the hallway when I was taking pictures, and he took pictures of me. So you can see that on his camera. They're talking about generalities, about agendas, about propaganda without citing specifics, because they don't have specifics. They're talking about the Hamilton shelter the girl talked about before. That health director was actually charged. The ACO just pled to PTI because of all the animals they killed illegally. There's so many puppy mills out there, but these guys, they found the ones that are the best breeders in the United States. Am I believing that? They have the secret sauce. There's no other breeders in the United States that they'll ever deal with that break the law. How many times has he ever filed a violation that he saw when he was visiting these properties? And I guarantee you, if I visit any of these properties, they'll be throwing me off. That property will not allow anybody in here to go in there and challenge what they're doing when they're breaking the law. I'm sure he's never challenged what they're doing. It's just, yes, get me more commodity. You know, lives are commodity. It's a commercial breeder, puppy mill, whatever you want to call it. It's all about selling lives. And then the shelters have to deal with it. Your shelters have to deal with it. Other shelters have to deal with it. And when they can't deal with it, they have to euthanize them. They're animals. The ones that they're bringing in. Not the shelters aren't bringing them in. These guys are bringing them in. And when they disagree with you, they'll label you a terrorist. He called me a terrorist. How am I a terrorist? I'm a U.S. Marine. We disagree, that's it. I'm not calling them terrorists. Nobody's called them terrorists. We're simply stating we disagree with what they're doing in their business model of selling lives. They're saying they're being harassed. Where are the charges at? They're just throwing out things to make it look like, oh, we're crazy animal people. We're saying specific things, and there's no stock photos you're getting there. Not one of them are stock.
Very much.
Okay. Hello, my name is Isabel Gallo. Obviously, I'm the mother of this young man.
Excuse me. You have a motion on the floor. I have to acknowledge
Oh, I'm
that
sorry.
first.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, go.
Okay.
Go right
No,
ahead.
I just,
go right
I
ahead.
couldn't stand back and just hear all these lies. I really do appreciate everyone coming out here. No, but I don't want, all right. Yeah. This is the problem. My son has worked so hard since he was a young boy, helping animals, fostering animals. He worked at the ASPCA, okay? We saved a lot of animals during Sandy. He's got a heart of gold. I cannot sit here and hear these lies about him and the integrity of my family. I know that once this store is opened up, every single one of you will be very proud of us, okay? We stand up. Seriously, you don't know us, and I get it, okay? And it's very intimidating to have somebody just attack us, okay? I mean, we are very good people.
Unlike you guys.
Seriously, you know what? They showed their true colors. And I'm very, very proud. I'm very, very proud of my son. And I just want to go on record.
Thank you.
I would ask for just 30 seconds. If I could just have 30 seconds?
Motion and a second.
There's a motion.
All right, who made the motion?
Tony.
Turn your
Who
mic
made
on.
the second? Who made, Mark? Okay.
Mark second.
You have to make a motion. Turn your mic on and do it.
What do you want me to do?
If you're going to have the motion, have the motion.
Yeah, but we didn't vote on C-17 at all. Right, that's what I'm saying. Okay, we have a motion for C-17.
Yeah, for C-17.
Aren't we still in the consent agenda?
Yeah, that's what we're moving, C-17.
We're going to close the meeting now?
Does anybody see the public portion? Second, Mr. Rizzoli.
I firsted.
She first did it. Okay. Let's be reasonable.
I have it removed. How is anybody moving it?
They moved it.
How are you moving it? I happen to want to have it removed, to set aside.
Well, you separated it, correct?
I separated it. I didn't get
And
done,
when we did
I didn't
this-
get done with it. How are we going on?
Do you have discussion?
You spoke on it, and you said that the folks here had something to say, they spoke, and now we moved it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I do think so.
So I think the attorney will advise you wrong.
Okay, so you want to speak?
I was the one that separated. I still have it.
Okay. All right.
Just like you do after every time something's separated, that person moves.
Don't have to. But the attorney just said it doesn't have to be the person.
Oh, okay. All right. Remember that, Mr. Attorney. Remember it.
I will,
I've got
Mr.
a bunch of
Merwin.
false things
Mr.
from you
Merwin,
before.
you said you didn't have anything further to say.
I didn't say I didn't have it. Let's go back to the videotape where I said that.
Okay.
Let's go back to the videotape where I said I didn't have anything else to say.
I don't know if you have something to say.
I do.
Well, then say
But,
it.
you're telling me I can't.
No, I didn't say you can't say
No,
anything.
no,
Oh.
absolutely not.
No.
Speak.
It's quite evident, it's quite evident that there's two point of views on this. Right, there is, but I'm not going to put an outright ban, or would even suggest we put an outright ban on the sales. This gentleman says he does nothing but with reputable breeders. Now, who the hell are we to say no? Hey, quiet. Quiet. But, they have very good reasons too. So the motion on the resolution, I'm all for it, but I think that we need to come up. In this town, we don't even have a license for a pet shop. They can just do what they want. We don't even have a license. We don't have no license. A kennel license. We don't have a pet shop license. Yeah. So kennels and pet shops are like two different things. So, like I said, we don't even, be it further resolved that the Township of Old Bridge urges that elected officials serving New Jersey at all levels of government enact stricter penalties for puppy and kitten mill offenders in order to discourage and prevent future offenders. And we don't even have the nerve to do it ourselves. But I'll move this resolution because that's the business we're on, and we can't bring up any other new business tonight. Unless somebody else has comments they want to make.
Anyone on my right for comment? Any? Okay.
It's there in your computer. It's a whole big thing, John.
Mr. Merwin, did you just move the motion?
I moved the motion, yes,
On the
on the resolution, yes, I did.
Right, that's what's up tonight, is the resolution.
Right, unless somebody else on the council has something to say.
Understood.
Second by Mrs. Walker.
They think they're...
Mr. Murphy was looking at something.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg? Yes. Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Fischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes.
I'll be here tomorrow with a case of facts.
Motion adjourned.
Second.
By Mr. Paschetti, second by Mr. Merwin.
Mrs. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. De Palma?
Yes.
Dr. Greenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Merwin?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. Fischetti?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes.
President Soha?
Yes.
9 yes, thank you.